Hello, all folks. Nice to see you, everybody. My name is Dustin Cormier. It's a pleasure to see you guys in another episode of How to Rock Astrology. Welcome. I hope everybody has been enjoying this winter solstice area of time. This is a live stream today on How to Rock Astrology with me, your host, Dustin Cormier. We are going to be discussing Pluto as it transits through the sign of Aquarius for the latter signs. And this is signs Libra through to Pisces Rising, ideally. You could kind of consider a little bit of this to be coming from the moon as well. And even the sun sign, but I'm not much on that. I'm really more about this being for the rising signs. That's how I typically think of these. That's how I've catered these videos. Now, hopefully my internet doesn't screw around on us too much here. As usual, this is a live podcast. So thank you to my friend Daniela for hanging out with me here as well. I know I've got a few more viewers piling in. But, today's Wednesday. I usually do my podcasts on Sunday, but Christmas season, everything is falling on Sunday, including New Year's. So I've decided to do this video on a Wednesday instead. And it should be fun and interesting. If everybody has been keeping up with me, I've done a video on Pluto and Aquarius already. It's a blue video, at least a blue thumbnail, and it's the introduction to Pluto and Aquarius. And it talks about all the important things that I've been moving through in terms of what Pluto and Aquarius means to us as a collective. Now, this video series is talking about what Pluto and Aquarius means to each of us individually based on our rising sign. Now, before we go forward, I was going to wear this thing. I wonder if it's too late. Too late. Before we go forward, folks, I want to make an announcement. Something has happened in my brain. I have made a very deep recognition of something I've been wanting to do for a long time. My friend Natalia says hello. Nice to see you, Natalia. Something I've been perusing for a long time. You guys are going to start to see me talk about it. And basically what it is that I recently had a conversation with my friend Timothy Halloran. Timothy Halloran is the gentleman who runs a YouTube channel called Rasa Leela Healing. Beautiful, beautiful cat. It's become a good buddy of mine just from us doing things together on YouTube. We also have our friends Porter Scort and Stephen the Jupiterian. So nice to see you guys. Thanks, Porter, for enjoying the videos. I was talking to Timothy Halloran, and he is an evolutionary astrologer. He caters to the line of evolutionary astrology, which relates to Jeffrey Wolf Green. And I was blown away by certain things that he was talking about to me, including what's called Pluto's south nodes, Pluto's south node and Pluto's north node. We came to realize, or he came to show me, that at the present age, for 2,000 years, Pluto's south node, we know the moon's nodes, right? Well, all the planets have nodes with the planet's relationship between the sun and Earth. Pluto's south node changes every 2,000 years, and it's presently smack dab around the middle, around 20 degrees of Capricorn. It's been there since 500 AD. This, to me, bears much to be discussed. because Capricorn has been such a fundamental, crazy energy. The fact that America has its natal Pluto in Capricorn, while Pluto's south node is in Capricorn, there's really a lot to be said there. So really, I'm gonna take a course in evolutionary astrology. That is my current plan. And you're eventually going to see me, I might even change my channel name to Tropical Vedic Evolutionary Astrology. Smacked me like a gong recently. I've been dreaming about it. So keep your eyes peeled for that. Now, the reason I'm bringing it up in this video is because as we've been, within like the last week, I've really had a lot of, I've got a whole bunch of notes that I read from when I do these videos. I'm using the same notes that I used for Pluto and Aquarius for Aries through Virgo. So now we're going through what does Pluto and Aquarius mean for Libra through Pisces. I'm going to be using the same notes. I want everybody to consider that Pluto in Capricorn has been a very difficult time for all of us. I've already seen a few comments of a lot of people saying that while Pluto has been in Capricorn, got to make sure I'm saying the right words here. Pluto in Capricorn has been a tough time for everybody. I've had lots of commenters say that Pluto in Capricorn completely wiped them, or it gave them a hard pressure, which is now allowing them to glorify themselves. That's really more of what I'm experiencing because I have a pretty well-placed Saturn. You can take that with however many grains of salt you wish. So with this being said, Pluto in Aquarius, I think, is probably going to be a bit of a relief for everybody because Pluto in Capricorn has been a tough go. It's going to continue to be a tough go until it finally transitions to Aquarius. Now, I could cater this a little bit. The reason that Pluto in Capricorn has been so heavy is partly because Pluto's south node has been in Capricorn. What this shows is that the world has been under the guise, the blanket of a patriarchy, of a heavy, rigid gender-defining, rigid traditional role, endurance, physical endurance, that lacks emotional integration in Cancer, Cancer being the north node position. This has been the case for the last 1,500 years, and I'm going to start talking about that in my videos. Suffice it to say for this video that when Pluto is transiting Capricorn, big crazy things happen. It's amazing that the American natal chart has Pluto in Capricorn. It says a lot about what America means in today's time, for better or worse. It's probably going to get worse before it gets better, as it always does with Pluto. But every time Pluto comes through Capricorn, America takes a huge wash, and because it's going through its Pluto return while the south node of Pluto is in Capricorn. But really, it's for everybody, for every nation, for every person. Pluto in Capricorn has been very tough. And I'm glad to say that when Pluto comes into Aquarius, there's going to be a relief, I think. But again, as I've been talking about in all my videos, there is a difficult point that's going to happen first. It's how it works with Pluto. It tends to get worse before it gets better. But it does get better because all of these evolutionary cyclings of the planets are, some people will call it morally, spiritually neutral, in the sense of there's not necessarily meant to be joy in them. It's just math. The planets are just the math of the cosmos. But this is an evolutionary math, which means things are getting better. That's my take as an optimistic Sagittarius moon. Take that with however you like. But Pluto, having gone through Capricorn, coming into Aquarius, ought to be considered to be a relief to a lot of people, because Pluto in Capricorn is always a tough time, especially at today's moment. So I wanted to kind of talk with everybody about that, because this is something that I'm going to be moving into in my discourses. Now, here today, we're talking about Pluto in Aquarius. What does it mean for your rising sign by house, and the aspects involved with it? So let's first talk a little bit about one of the big points that I've been saying in all these videos. It's an important little intro that I've been enjoying kind of bringing up, is this idea that Aquarius is the positive pole of the root chakra. We see energy comes from the root chakra in Aquarius up to Pisces, the second chakra, Aries, the third chakra, Taurus, the fourth chakra, Gemini, the fifth chakra, and Cancer, the sixth chakra. This is what the Vedic people have, as partly what the Vedic people have to bring to the world of evolutionary astrology and Pluto dynamics. Pluto has been in our root chakra in Capricorn. And the root chakra has a lot of importance and difficulty right now because Pluto's south node is there. So while Pluto was moving through Capricorn, was a lot of materialistic, capitalistic, greed-based, anti-humanitarian, non-hedonistic consciousness. And now that Pluto is moving into Aquarius, consciousness is moving up towards the higher chakras again. It's been in the root chakra for a long time, and it's now really getting to the excessive part of the root chakra. What tends to happen when Pluto is in Aquarius is that there is transformations, because we all know how Pluto works. How does Pluto work? It's too much. We learn the absolute fucking limit of what can possibly be taken. Pluto is always an acid that burns the container that holds it. That's what it's for. So when Pluto moves through any sign, it's going to beat the hell out of it to an inch of its life. That's assuming that really this is what Pluto does for all of us. But if you have a good planet there, what doesn't kill you only makes you stronger. This is how Pluto works. And you will be made much stronger when Pluto moves through it. Now, that's a little bit extreme, but this is the archetype of Pluto as it typically manifests. And the Minerva aspect of Pluto can bring great resolution after the fact. So while Pluto is in Aquarius, it is going to be making its way towards Cancer. Aquarius is the water bearer. What exactly does this mean? I've talked about it in a few of my videos. Many of you who are watching have probably heard this rap already, but it relates to the fact that we are leaning towards a humanitarian aspect of humanity that is honest. It's more hedonistic. We are learning to now moving from the materialistic side of things, Leo to Capricorn, and moving towards the spiritual and hedonistic side of things. That's Aquarius to Cancer. So Aquarians are the cool, wild, kind of freaky people who are kind of offbeat because they are listening to the spirit and the superconscious intuition and the dharma of the soul as relates to Cancer. Cancer is the water that Aquarius is bearing. One of the things that I've discussed in my videos with regards to Pluto and Aquarius is that the old metaphor for Aquarius in Vedic times, whenever you look at old, I think it's called Sarvata Chintamani, lots of old Vedic texts, when they discuss what the signs are like, they talk about the sign of Aquarius. They say that it means that we're building a community well. A well, like a wellspring, like where water goes, right? What exactly does this mean? Ernst Wilhelm correlates water with Venus and the moon, Cancer as well as Venus. It resonates with like the soft padding on your shoes. If you're walking up a mountain, you can go much farther if you've got soft padding in your shoes. This is Venus. This is our subjective fulfillment, the biological human need for emotional bonding that's going to carry our journey further. And this is what water is. It's something that we drink in order to continue our way up the mountain of the sun, of our spiritual expression. So Aquarius means building a community well. What exactly this entails is, when you think about it, 3,000 years ago, the rich people would all live close to the river. It was the rich folks who would live close to the river. They would just, stretch, get up, I'm going to go and drink me some of that ganja, because it was clean at the time. And the people who were kind of more peasant-like, who would live far away from the river, because those were the people who were tending to the fields. And they wanted to have, if you had a field closer to the water, again, you were more wealthy. But the poorer people had fields far away from the river, because there's only so much space on the river. And you would have to carry water all the way to your homestead in order to get water for the crops, which was a big important thing. So what would happen is, every time Pluto would come into Aquarius, probably, or anytime any big Aquarian transit would happen, something would happen where the people in the far-off provinces who are far from the water, they all want to live their lives. They all want to express Pluto. They all want to express Leo. I just want to have my little kingdom. I want to have my crops, my rice, my family. I want to be able to get juicy with my wife or husband. I want to play with the kids. I want to teach them to do well. I want to live my personal kingdom. This is Leo, the lion that has his pride, his family, his dynasty. 5th house, children, Leo. Now, the Leo, the lion, and everybody wants to ultimately do this. But these people were getting flogged, and they couldn't express their kingdom to its highest heights unless there was a well built. But in order for us to build a well, I'm not going to be the only one doing it, because I've got my family to take care of. And then this person says, well, I got my family to take care of. Well, I got my family to take care of. Very well, we just won't build a well until something happens, some cataclysm happens where the economy gets too fat. There's too many communities all taking water. People would basically carry a big jug of water, and then there'd be too many people dipping into the water, too many families. So somebody would say, okay, guys, we got to build a well. This has to happen now. This is the humanitarianism of Aquarius moving towards the subjective experience of the water, where it's not about my personal kingdom. My kingdom will be served better if we all have a well. And in the realm of Aquarius, doing things in a humanitarian way for the community is a way to exalt the individual. That's why Aquarius and Leo are opposites. Leo needs Aquarius, because nobody is a true leader without leading their company with respect to the individuality of each individual within that company. Every good king knows this. So this is why it is important in today's time to recognize, when Pluto moves through Aquarius, that we will be tending to humanitarian needs, probably also ecological needs. Already here in Ontario, it's a whole debated thing going on. I'm for the principle of it, but I got all sorts of people talking to me about it. We've banned single-use plastic, like water bottles, little coffee cups that have any kind of plastic in them. It's gone. Like plastic straws and stuff like that. It's a big thing right now that everyone's humming and hawing about. But I'm for it, because it's an ecological principle that I'm for. I've always hoped that would be something like that would happen. Although it's annoying, because now people at the grocery store don't have the plastic grocery bags. This is us building the well, folks. Everyone has to roll their eyes and say, God, it's annoying that we have to do this. But on the other hand, the future generations will thank us for the things we do for the ecology and for the hard needs of the collective community at large. So this is the kind of themes that are going to happen while Pluto is in Aquarius. And really, if you watch the rest of my Pluto in Aquarius video, There's a whole dimension going on that's the last 500 years. 500 years ago, Pluto was in Aquarius, and the Vatican ruled the world. It was the Dark Ages. Then one of the kings of England came and said, fuck you to the Vatican. The King of England is now the arbiter of what God's will is. It's the rule of the divine right of kings that happened in the 1500s. Then it was monarchy and the kingship of England and France and all these like monarchical societies was the ruler. 250 years later, Pluto came through Capricorn and Aquarius. Is about 1750, 1760. And America was born out of the womb of Britain and said, fuck you, mom and dad, fuck you, Britain. America's now its own thing. And then democracy became the sovereign. It was less about being a king and more about having a democratic bureaucracy whose vote you could sway in order to get whatever power lines met and whatever you want to do. Now in today's time, Pluto is coming through Capricorn and Aquarius again. And it seems that it's less about, the bureaucratic thing of yesterday was kind of like, how many rich people's hands could you shake in order to become a president or an important political leader. Nowadays, it's the figureheads of media. And, how can you be made to seem to like you really want the needs of the people, not only in a hard way, but also in a loving way. You can take it with however many grains of salt you wish, but I've been talking about the fact that an example of today's time, and I'm not to say that this person I'm going to mention has the interests of the people in mind. I don't really get into it too much, but what I will say is that, and I've been mentioning this in every video, somebody like Donald Trump, who can sway public opinion and become famous and, shake enough hands behind closed doors, say enough things on the social media, because technology now has social media. Somebody like that can get into American politics and become president without getting grandfathered in the typical way that was once typical of American politics. So these are the themes that are happening in today's time with the capacity of cell phones to press out digital information in a way that anybody can see what one person's platform is, and it catches fire. We can see like with guys like Kanye West, where everyone is so black and white with the guy because some people can see what he's saying, but some people are also like, he's been saying a lot of heavy stuff lately, but he's still out there. He's still being heard. He hasn't been silenced in any way because everybody has the ability to have their little square and type in things and say, this is what I think's happening with reality. And if they tap into enough people who agree with them, they're not going to be silenced. This is a different way of doing things in today's time. So, I wanted to give a little bit of a spiel about what to expect from coming years in Pluto in Aquarius as a collective. There's going to be a sovereignty where the individual sovereign person, like everyone is a star now. There's no celebrities there's no rock stars in the way there once was. Everyone now and their dog literally can be a celebrity star. Some people have Instagram accounts for their dog. And what this is creating is it's not a bad thing. I call it light pollution. There was a time when when the black sky didn't have many stars. So a celebrity was a big deal. Like, think about the 60s and 70s. To be a movie star, you could have fucking done anything because everyone's like, oh my God, this guy is royalty, or this person is royalty, because there's not that many stars. Everyone else was normal, and then there was people who were stars. Now, everyone's a star. And, people aren't necessarily paying as much attention to individual celebrities anymore, because they're paying just as much attention to Janie, who's got a video of her cat. And this cat is blowing up because this cat does this one cool, sweet thing. I love those cat videos. So really, this is a different time, a different age, where Aquarius and the individual subjective fulfillment at the soul level is being put on the platform of the sovereign ruler. And whoever has the humanitarian thing is going to be the leader in today's time. So this is something to expect from Pluto and Aquarius, and Pluto moving from Aquarius to Pisces to Aries to Taurus to Gemini to Cancer over the next 120 years, whatever it's going to be. Because now Pluto is moving from the root chakra up to the water of Cancer and Leo at the Ajna chakra. There, we are moving from the root up towards the spirituality of the individual soul expression. And that's why, really, I think that evolutionary astrology is going to be important as time comes along. And in today's time, while Pluto's in Aquarius for the next about like 20 years or so, we can expect a collective shift into humanitarian things, and we can expect individually that there will be, I think, a little bit of an economic, not a crisis. I'm not Nostradamus, and I don't exactly know how things roll in terms of specifics that can come in the future. But there will be a point in the coming future, as I've been saying in all these videos, where what we can see happening is that there's going to be a point, as we can see, all the planets are going to go from feminine signs to masculine signs at the same time, all basically around by September 25th, more like January 26th. All of the outer planets are going to be in masculine signs at the same time. Honestly, even just that in itself could take up a whole video. Now, the nodes have gone from, in 2019 and 2020, the South Node was on Pluto, and this is partly what might have sparked the pandemic, as I've said in some of these videos. And the nodes are moving their way 2023, 2024, they're still in Aries, 2025, and 2026, it's going to be in Pisces. Then the North Node will be on Pluto and Aquarius in 2027. And this is a time where I believe there will be a little bit of economic craziness and difficulty. But this is going to be the need for everybody. Like I said, back in ancient times, there was no well. Everybody was sharing from the same water source, and there wasn't enough water, and people were saying, holy fuck, we're going crazy because there's not enough water. There's not enough enjoyment. There's only material, economical industry. We need to build a well. We need to do something that will give us a more internal, emotional integration. This is why Tantra and shamanism and psychedelics and psychosomatic healing and medicines and TCM and organic healing and meditation and yoga and Kriya Yoga, especially, is something that I'm into. These are all very important things coming in the future, and they, at some levels, will be more important. Really, it will be the experience of the individual that's more important than the industrial results that we can create through in industrial ways and means. This is going to be the important thing coming in the future. Now, I've got lots of comments here. My friend Irene Mack has been hanging out and enjoying the conversation. Stephen the Jupiterian has been hanging out and talking to us as well. I can see that Genie Vibes made a cool comment about Trump. He was definitely, love or hate him, he's here to change humanity. And that's a good way to put it, with that kind of neutrality. Now, Porter has asked, what's the significance of the rising in regards to Pluto? Why not any other planet? I'm not sure exactly what you're asking there, Porter. But Stephen has said your rising sign will determine the house Pluto occupies in your chart or move into. Okay, I think that's a great way. Stephen and Irene answered Porter. Porter asked, what's the significance of the rising sign with regards to Pluto's transit? And Stephen said the rising sign determines what house Pluto is going to be transiting in. And then Irene also noted the rising sign shows what house Aquarius is in. How does that affect us personally as an individual while the collective is moving through what I call the collective 11th house, which is Aquarius? So thanks for having my back on that, you guys. Oftentimes I do want this to be a live stream where the questions are taken. So I'm going to try to do my best to do my whole spiel here while also catering to questions. Thankfully, I've got a team who's hanging out with me here while I do this. Okay, folks. So I was doing this last time. Basically, as we go along, we're going to be talking about each individual sign. And I do like in the movies where they say check or whatever it is, they've got the little snappy thing that lets them know that they have moved on to a new scene. That's what we're doing right now. We are moving into discussing Pluto through the sign of Aquarius for each individual rising sign. And the first one that we're going to come upon is the sign of Libra. So I'm just going to quickly figure out where I am in this whole spiel. The first thing that we are going to be doing is discussing what this is all about for Libra Rising. Now, I have notes here, folks, and everybody can see these notes. You can check out on Facebook. I have these exact notes, the way that I've got them. On Facebook, I have them not dotted out and written out so that you can see them for yourself as a transcript. But this video, we're going to blow up and expand on the themes given in each of these little snippets. So, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, hello everybody. Thanks for watching. My name is Dustin Cormier, and this is Pluto and Aquarius for the sign of Libra, Libra Rising, that is. So, we are going to be talking about what Pluto and Aquarius has been like for Libra Rising. Now, the first thing that we can say is that Libra has had Pluto in the 4th house of Capricorn. This has been happening since 2008, and it's going to be happening until January of 2024. So for Libra Rising, Pluto has been around your 4th house since 2008, while Neptune has been in your 6th house. Oh, I see what I should have happening here. If you guys will just give me one moment, I've got one more little thingy-dingy that I need to have up here. Thank you for your patience, my Libra friends. I'm glad I'm starting this on Libra because you guys tend to be patient with me while I get my stuff together. So, we can see here that Libra has had Pluto in the 4th house and Neptune in the 6th house of Pisces. So, how this went for you, Libra, ultimately depends on how well their dispositors, that's Saturn and Jupiter, respectively, are in your chart. How they are natally. If they have strength, if they have aspects from friends, then any outer planet transiting the sign ruled by that planet is going to do a lot better. Of course, in Vedic astrology, and really in all ancient astrologies, Jupiter always anciently ruled Pisces. It was only recently that Neptune became a sub-ruler of Pisces, but Jupiter is the primary ruler of Pisces, in my conception. So, with Pluto and Capricorn, the self-effort of your root chakra was tested through the 4th house. And this has been really, for Libras, there's a lot of conversation about the root here, because not only is Capricorn the root chakra, but the bottom of the chart, the 4th house, has to do with the foundation, the home. It's who you are on the bottom of yourself, who you've been anciently. And you've probably, while Pluto has been in Capricorn, it's possible, depending on how strong your Saturn is, you've probably experienced some difficulty and hard experiences related to your ancestry. It's probably been important for you to experience things related to ugly aspects of your ancestry, but, you know, Libras are very much, all Libras, because right now Pluto's south node is in Capricorn. So this life for all Libra risings at the current time are going to ring around a primary consideration of the hard truths about one's ancestry, one's nations, one's family, and the biogenetic code that has been carrying you into this life. If you have a well-placed Saturn, you are going to glorify, you're probably going to be aided in some ways by your ancestry, and you're going to help glorify your ancestry. But it's also possible that everybody's ancestry has tough things going on. We're all mutts. History is a bitch. You know, history has shown that we've all had our wrists slapped by one nation or country or another because of difficult things that we've done or had to move through as a nation, as a people, as a race, as a culture. So Libras right now have had Pluto in Capricorn, and they have been experiencing probably some shame, probably some difficulty with regards to this. And again, everybody has shame somewhere in their ancestry. It's the Libras who have been guided to take it personally. And Libra risings in particular are very sensitive to this ancestry right now. And they are important people with regards to the whole concept of, you know, like the 7 generations ahead. It's the Libras that are thinking, I have to do my best either in my soul or just by virtue of, have some kind of virtues. I need to explore them in myself and live them in order to glorify my past and the past of my family, the past of possibly my mother and father, and the past of my people. And this doesn't say that every Libra is going to have been born to a bad ancestry. This just says that Libras are sensitive to the fact that it can always be done better with that Saturnian attitude that Capricorn, all things Capricorn, are going to bring. My friend is asking, how do you know which node or planet is being touched, like the south node of Pluto? Okay, Irene is asking about the south node of Pluto. This is something I'll just reiterate here really quickly. I mentioned at the intro that my friend Timothy Halloran tipped me off on what's called the south node of Pluto. Pluto has a south node and a north node, just like every planet does, not just the moon. In order to know where the south node of Pluto is, really, it's easy for us. It's been in Capricorn since 500 AD. And it's going to be in Capricorn until 2500 AD. Right now, it's at about 20 degrees Capricorn. So anyone who has anything important close to 20 degrees Capricorn is going to have some significant turmoil. In fact, the recent global pandemic occurred while Pluto was transiting about 21, 22 degrees of Capricorn. And that's where Pluto's south node was and is right now. So I hope that brings a little bit of clarity. Irene is asking, but any planet. The south node of any planet, you might be asking, Irene? The answer to that is to have, there are certain astrological softwares that can show you where the nodes of all the planets are. Not every software has this because not every software is into this, and it's not as important in any software. Really, it's for me, for me, like the nodes of Mars, the nodes of Venus, the nodes of Mercury, the nodes of Jupiter, these are less important for me than the nodes of the outer planets. Although it's significant that the south node of Capricorn, Jupiter, and Pluto are all in Capricorn right now, and they've been there for a while. So I hope that gives a little bit of clarity there, Irene. The software that Timothy uses is Sirius. Sirius 3.0 has and shows the nodes of the other planets. So you have to find something like that in order to get that information. I myself don't have it. Timothy Halloran is who showed me all that. Thank you for the question, Irene. I hope that gets a little bit of clarity on what you're asking there. So ultimately for Libras, this whole period has been a very important period with regards to the fourth house. The fourth house is a cardinal sign. So Libras have had this pretty rough. Libra is the one person who's probably had a rough go in terms of family, discovering things about their past, discovering things about their family, and even feeling like they are attached to the genotype of a parent or some ancestral lineage that they feel has done something gross or disgusting or that needs to be redeemed. And this has probably been a theme for them the whole time Pluto's been in Capricorn. Now, reading from my notes, what we read is that a big relief is coming to Libra in a lot of ways. Because the emotional subordination, remember, Pluto always represents like a subordination. And you've probably felt like emotionally subordinate to your own emotions, to your own feelings of whatever has been brought up from the past since 2008. Now, Pluto, as it comes into Aquarius, some very good news for Libra is that Pluto is now in the fifth house. Anything moving through the fifth house has an element of luck to it. Now, if you have a rough Saturn, then it's only going to continue to still be tough, but it will be easier because Pluto is moving away from Capricorn, where the Pluto south node is, but Pluto is also moving into your fifth house in Aquarius. Should really be a lot easier. Now, if anybody has any planets in Aquarius, we're going to talk about that. Relief comes for Libra generally as your emotional subordination will now grow into soul passion tests in the fifth house of Aquarius, and this is a satisfying transition. Saturn is exalted in Libra's sign. It also rules the lucky fifth house of Aquarius for Libra. So Pluto visiting Saturn-ruled Aquarius and even Capricorn can generally be positive for Libra. And this is a Vedic understanding, okay? So this is what I mean by this. As tough as it's probably been to have Pluto move through your cardinal fourth house, Libra has a little bit of luck when any outer planets move through Capricorn and Aquarius. If you've watched my video on Libra Rising, you'll know why. Basically, it's because the rising sign pervades a certain energy. And the rising sign, if it is the exaltation point of a certain planet, that planet gains luck in the chart of that sign. So Saturn, which rules the fourth house and the fifth house, is exalted in the rising sign. So any themes like Pluto moving through Saturn is going to have luck for Libra. You understand? So this is a little bit of a positive thing for Libra. Mind you, if you have Saturn in a yucky place, if it's conjunct any enemies, or if it's debilitated in Aries or in any fire or water sign, basically, except for Pisces. It doesn't do too bad in Pisces, but all the other ones it does rough in. And it doesn't do bad in Sagittarius. Because Saturn has Jupiter as a neutral. It's not an enemy or a friend. But if Saturn is being aspected by a strong enemy, for example, this is going to be difficult for anybody no matter what. Just keep in mind, the main thing to take from all this right now is that Pluto coming into Aquarius should be a relief for Libra, and a relief from a lot of the deep foundational soul seeking and disgust that might have been found in the gross ramparts of the soul while Pluto is moving through Capricorn. This, again, could have turned out good or bad. You could have found out things that are worth letting go of in this period, so keep that in mind. Now, Neptune moving up from... Neptune was in the second chakra of Pisces. And now it's moving up to Aries, and that's the solar plexus chakra. And the solar plexus chakra for Libra is, of course, the 7th house. That's Aries. By January 2026, Neptune is going to be in the solar plexus chakra for all of us, and that is your 7th house. This shows tests of detachment of ego and willpower regarding intimacy, marriage, and business partnerships. It's all 7th house things. Intimacy, marriage, and business partnerships. Of course, Libra has to be tough, has to have individuality in order to be respected in business and in relationships. That's why Aries is on the 7th cusp. So Neptune will bring out a longing for an ideal partner. But this ideal can be perverted by unrealistic desires through Neptune. It's something to consider. So finding the ideal, realistic perfection within the imperfect is a theme here. Now, what I have in my notes is it's important to note that the 5th and the 7th houses both relate to romance, to marriage, to finding a partner who you jive with. So this is an important period for things related to connections of the heart. And of course, this is the Libra Rising that we're talking about. This really does have a pattern of very interesting sort of consciousness related to discovering your soul passion, uncovering what type of life path you truly want to express in every moment through the 5th house. It's a trine house. It's lucky, but it's going to bring important and probably difficult lessons regarding who you want to be and who you want to be when you're with who you want to be with as a life partner. Neptune in Aries is going to exacerbate the theme of desiring an ideal mate, an ideal person who you want to deal with in life and to be intimate with. So if both Saturn and Mars are well placed, this is going to bring a lot of soul information regarding what you want to be as a lover, what type of lover you want to have. This is a double emphasis of this theme, which is important, of course, as we all know, to Libra. So that's something that really is worth just digesting in its own right. Now, for Libra, Pluto's been in Capricorn. It's been in the root chakra for everybody. And it's going to continue to be in the root chakra through the sign of Aquarius. Now, Neptune, this is at this part of the conversation, we're going to talk about some transits that are coming in the coming period. So Saturn is going to conjunct Neptune in Pisces, and this is going to be your 6th house. This is going to be from March 2023 to February 2026. This is going to be a period where you have to consider that thankfully Pluto's rummaging through your 5th house, which could bum you out at some level. But there's going to be glorious feelings, like you're getting a sense of who you really want to be and what you want to do. Now, while Saturn, remember, because Saturn is moving into Pisces in March of 2023. It's basically next year. So when it does, it's going to be conjunct Neptune. And it's even going to be conjunct Neptune, like they're coming into Aries at the same time, and that's your 7th house. So while it's rummaging through the 6th house, there will be lessons about relationships, because the 6th house is the 12th from the 7th house. You are going to be, during this period, you have to be very careful, because remember, Pluto has Saturn for its dispositor. And the dispositor is considered very important in Vedic astrology. It's channeling Pluto in Aquarius. And Aquarius is anciently ruled by Saturn primarily. So while Saturn is channeling Pluto in Aquarius in the 5th house theme, it is going to be moving through the 6th house. You're going to be experiencing play and a playful way of, essentially, you're channeling your 5th house. You're channeling your life path through the theme of debt at this point. There's going to be an energetic feeling of debt and even a physical health feeling of debt. Now, Neptune is going to blow this up and amplify it in weird, nebulous ways. So while it's doing that, there might be an inclination for you to be very sensual and to kind of piss away some of your romantic yearnings for the sake of sort of guilt-ridden feelings of like, I deserve to have a blissful, sensual experience because I've been working really hard. And this is a time where you might be well served to abide in whatever debt you have. Try not to go forward too hard in regards to any debt, but really a conservative attitude towards just getting out debt and a conservative attitude towards your sexual chakra is going to serve you. Hold on to it so that, especially while Saturn is coming through Aries in the 7th house with Neptune there. Because remember, Saturn is going to leave the 7th house of Aries, where it's debilitated, and come into Taurus, which is your 8th house, in April of 2028. So from 2023 till about 2028, you've kind of got a vulnerable sort of physical energy that could connect you to having dependent relationships that are just helping you move through the difficulty of really whatever themes were bubbled up while Pluto was moving through Capricorn and Pluto in the 5th house. You're going to try to connect the desire for a worthy 5th house venture to a essentially starved Saturn, and that starved Saturn is being amplified by Neptune. My friend Goddess and Essence Energy is here saying hello to us. I've also noticed Jenny made a wonderful comment about me and Timothy being close together and being a good match as astrologers, and I appreciate that, Jenny. That's very sweet of you. So while Saturn is moving through Libra's 7th house, it's going to be debilitated, and it's going to be conjunct Neptune. And Pluto is going to be putting pressure on everybody to have some kind of humanitarian instinct. Now, Libras could be well served by the humanitarian, everyone's going to be building a well at this point because there's going to be some kind of economical turn that's going to cause humanity to come together at this point and build a well, build social humanitarian platforms and paradigms. And if you have a well-placed Saturn, if you have a well-placed Mars, you might sublimate the feeling of personal lack of intimacy. You should still explore it. Just don't be desperate about anything while this is happening. While Saturn is with Neptune in Aries, it'll be much better for you to be discerning, and it'll be easier for you to be discerning about relationships and about marriage once Saturn moves into the 8th house and gets on its feet. It's not to say that you shouldn't connect with people, you shouldn't have feelings for people, and possibly you could be going through things in this period while Saturn is with Neptune and Aries that you need to connect with someone, or you just happen to connect with someone very deeply because you have deep emotional needs through 5th and 4th house, right? Your 5th and 4th house lord, these are very emotional houses, and it's going to be debilitated by transit, right? So that means that your emotions will be vulnerable, and you're going to want to connect with people through this vulnerability. And it's a time where there's a lot of pressure that could cause you to connect with people for reasons that aren't truly deep to the soul. Once Saturn gets into Taurus in the 8th house in April of 2028, whatever connections you make during this period of February 26 to 2028, whatever connections you make are going to be truly tested for their functional value and worth. And you are not, when Saturn gets into Taurus, the world is going to be getting on its feet economically. You won't be starving as bad. You won't be as starved emotionally. And you'll have the mental capacity to really be discerning about whatever partners you've picked up in this period, which will be a theme. And this is a theme that's going to continue while Pluto's in the 5th and Neptune's in the 7th. So be very careful for that vulnerable period. And ultimately, when Saturn comes into your 8th, it's very possible that Pluto being in the 5th and Saturn channeling the 5th as the dispositor of Aquarius, while Saturn's in the 8th house, there might be opportunities for you to somewhat take advantage of, to use the old phrase, never waste a good crisis. The Chinese word for crisis is the same as opportunity. Libra is one of the signs that will be able to take advantage of this, although you should be careful to start anything too huge or crazy while Saturn is in the heavy period, which is Pisces is not going to be so heavy, but then Saturn with Neptune and Aries is going to be a heavy period where the whole world is going to be on edge in terms of its own root chakra, because Saturn represents the root chakra. Financial foundations, everyone is going to be on edge in this way, and you could use this to glorify yourself, because Libras want to serve everybody. Politicians are Libra is a sign of politicians, and political types, anyone who's a leader of any type of people is going to be well served, if they are a Libra, to channel humanitarian needs in a way that serves you, but ultimately serves the humanity, because people will remember you for it. As long as you have the right intention in mind, you can do a lot of good here. Now, in May 2030 to 2032, Saturn's going to be conjunct Uranus in the South Node in Gemini. At this point, the South Node will be in Gemini. Society will be somewhat sick of what is happening with, it's been dealing with Uranus energy in a certain way, and now it's going to be getting sick of the Uranus energy and the Saturn energy. It's going to be wanting to lean towards Sagittarius. But K2, the South Node, even though we're sick of it, this is a way to purge and let go of incomplete karma related to Uranus and Saturn in Gemini. And this is in your 9th house. This will really be a period where you will be staunchly, the 7th house and 8th house move towards the 9th house. The 9th house in Vedic astrology is truly the house of marriage. And when this is happening, you might feel a pull to let go of a true sense of marriage in order to have interesting varieties and novelties of experience when it comes to romance, when it comes to whatever. But it's in this moment where the 9th house is the most auspicious house in astrology. At this moment, 2030 to 2032, you will be almost feeling like you're being forced into solidifying your relationship in a way that is less fun. You're getting down to the brass tacks of what does this relationship really have for you. If your relationship survives through that period, it's probably a good relationship, and you're going to experience not only what doesn't work in that relationship or all relationships, on your general role in life and in family and in your career, but you're also going to experience many ways of thinking of and conceiving of that role and that place that you have in your family and in your role in life. You're going to have fun exploring it while the North Node is in the 3rd house. Finally, 2035, this should be the end of Libra, yep. In 2035, Saturn is going to move towards Leo. Saturn is going to be with the North Node in Leo. And this is, of course, the 5th house is channeling Pluto through Saturn. So it's at this point where you've been helping the world build the well. You've been a politician. You've been someone who's vying, who's lobbying for humanitarian things. And probably people will anticipate that Libras have done a lot for people in this time. When Saturn comes into Leo with the North Node here, it's time for your own kingdom to shine through. It's time for you to gain some of the fruit from what you have been doing as a humanitarian person, helping others in the way that you might have been throughout this whole period. It's not going to end because Pluto is in Aquarius until 2044. But this is the halfway point between 2033 and 2044, right? This is 2035. This is the North Node and Saturn in Leo. It's going to be painful because what's going to happen is you're going to be forced to reckon with your own personal desires and gains. And the sun is a difficult thing for Libra because the sun is debilitated in Libra. The sun, the 11th house, is debilitated in the rising sign of Libra. If you want to hear more about that, look at my Libra Rising video. It really gives a lot of extra information regards what I'm talking about. So while Saturn and the North Node are moving through Leo, it's technically going to be difficult for you. But if you have a well-placed sun, there will be great glories to be gained during this period where you can finally find your own footing and really glorify yourself for all the work that you've been doing with other people and for other people throughout this whole period. Which is a cool thing for Libra to look forward to. I would say Libra is one of the positively stacked signs with regards to the coming period and all that can be expected out of Pluto and Aquarius and the transits coming after Pluto. It comes through Aquarius from 2024 till about 2035. Maybe by that, I'll be doing more videos by that time, so we'll see how that goes. I'm really reaching pretty far into the future with all these signs, right? Now I'm having some dark chocolate. It's pretty good. Might just nibble on a little piece of chocolate every time I finish one of these. Yeah, so I got a feeling that today's going to be a long video. I'm anticipating that each one of these is going to go for about a half an hour. It's kind of what I'm aiming for. That is, hi Sandy. My friend Sandy Wright says hello. Stephen the Jupiterian is saying, oh my lord, your partner has a whole lot of things in Libra going on. Wow, that's a wild stellium going on there, Stephen the Jupiterian. So I'm glad to have everybody here hanging out with us. There is lots to go through still. Next up, we're going to be talking about Scorpio Rising. We've still got a lot of signs to go, and I hope that everybody's enjoying. just going to prepare our next slides. All right. Okay, folks. Marker, break, and action. Greetings, everyone. I'm Dustin Cormier. We are now talking about Pluto and Aquarius for the sign of Scorpio Rising. Thank you, everybody who's hanging out with me live. My friend Susie Underwood just says greetings and solstice blessings to everybody. Happy solstice to everybody. It's a real pleasure to be doing cool astrology things while the winter solstice is coming along. I believe that Jupiter is now in Aries. It's a pretty awesome, fun, satisfying thing happening there. Thank you, my friend Steven, for giving us our little marker to see the breaks in our video here. We are now talking about Scorpio Rising for, well, we're talking about Pluto and Aquarius for Scorpio Rising. And this is going to be an interesting time and an interesting ride for all Scorpios because Pluto is moving into a cardinal house for you. Scorpios, I would say, are one of the people who might not have had such a difficult time while Pluto was in Capricorn. But Scorpio will have a tougher time with Pluto in Aquarius. Although, remember that Pluto in Aquarius is a bit of a relief for everybody. Because as I've been saying in these videos, when Pluto comes into Aquarius, Pluto is no longer transiting through the sign where Pluto's south node is. Each planet has its own south and north node, just like the moon. We all know the moon's nodes. Well, each planet has one of these nodes. And Pluto's south node takes 2,000 years to change signs. Some people say this is what the true meaning of the age of Aquarius is. Pluto's south node is going to be coming, right now it's in Capricorn. It's about 21, 22 degrees Capricorn. And it's moving eventually in 2500 AD, closer to 2600. Pluto's south node is going to be in Aquarius. So I'm going to talk more about that eventually. Suffice to say in this video that Pluto in Aquarius is a bit of a relief for everybody because now Pluto is it's not transiting its own south node. Now it's in Aquarius, and it's got a little bit less heaviness in this regard. So for that's true for everybody. For Scorpio, though, Scorpio does not have the best relationship with its third and fourth house. Saturn is a difficult situation for Scorpio. Eventually, I'm going to do a video on all the rising signs, and you'll learn why Scorpio has a hard relationship with its third and fourth house. Essentially, the fourth house is all the angular houses for every sign are kind of like neutral. I could probably even, what the heck. Maybe I'll start doing this for all these signs just so that everybody can get a little bit of a clue about them. So every single sign has houses that are either conducive or not conducive to the energy of the rising sign. This is Scorpio Rising. And generally how it usually is conveyed is that if you are a water or a fire sign, because as we know, I'm going to go into this, what the heck, this is just good stuff for everybody to dig on. What we see is that for every planet, it is paired up with one side or the other of this axis. Sun, Moon, Mars, and Jupiter rule fire and water signs. Venus, Mercury, and Saturn rule the earth and air signs. So Mars rules Aries, a fire sign, and Scorpio, a water sign. Jupiter rules Sagittarius, a fire sign, and Pisces, a water sign. And then Leo and Cancer are also fire and water. That's one half of the soul side of the zodiac. Then there's the manifested material, other people, communication, relationships outside of ourselves pole. Saturn, of course, belongs on this pole. This is Capricorn, which is earth, and Aquarius, which is air. So there is a kind of a divide here, and we see this manifesting when we look at Scorpio rising. What we see is that we have the auspicious planets and houses. We have the planets that are auspicious to Scorpio and the houses that rule them. Generally, how it usually is conveyed is that the first lord, the fifth lord, and the ninth lord are all going to be somewhat tied into this. So we see there's also exceptions to this. For example, Scorpio rules the first house. Of course, Mars is going to be good for Scorpio. But Mars also rules the sixth house. So Scorpio's sixth house isn't a bad thing per se compared to most signs. Jupiter rules the second house and the fifth house. And then there's Leo and Cancer that rule the 10th and the 9th. Now, Aquarius and Capricorn are ruled by Saturn, and this is part of the side, the dimension of Scorpio that's not considered as auspicious. It's considered with difficulty. Furthermore, any angular house, if it is also tied in with a difficult house, it's going to have extra difficulty because the cardinal houses bring in opportunity. They are us circumnavigating reality. We bump into things because of the cardinal house. The cardinal house brings opportunity. The trinal houses bring luck. Now, the cardinal houses can bring auspicious or inauspicious opportunity. Remember that if you have a well-placed Saturn and you're a Scorpio rising, then Saturn can bring you difficulty, but it's like a lucky, it's like you know how to patch up that hole, which means then you're a Scorpio with no holes, which is a very powerful thing. Every sign has these holes, these inauspicious houses. It's just as significant to have a strong lord of an inauspicious house, because then you have no holes. If you have a weak Mars, you got a weak Sun, you got a weak Jupiter, and you're a Scorpio rising, but you have a strong Saturn and a strong Venus and a strong Mercury, you might not do anything amazing, but you won't really have any problems because your problem planets are strong. See how that kind of works? This is how we think of it in Vedic astrology. So if you have a strong Saturn, you have the ability to get through Pluto coming through Aquarius with, kind of unscathed. And not only unscathed, but kind of glorified in a way that you're glorifying the holes that Scorpio can be so afraid of. When you look up the sign of Scorpio in old Vedic texts, one of the things that they say of Scorpio is like a fear of holes, and there's holes. It's because these holes are where scorpions all come together and hang out in there, and it's like traps. That's why the 8th house is considered like unstable. It's partly a resonance with that there. So when there's traps, Scorpio is fixed Mars and it's water. It wants to understand its own energy and beam it like a laser beam into a concentrated fixed flow of productive activity of Mars, of constructive, doing your will, doing what you want to do, which means Scorpio is like a runner. Now, what is a runner going to be more aware of than anybody else? I don't mean a runner is in running away things. I mean like an athletic runner. Let's say, you're a person who's like a messenger or something, more whatever. So you're running. What are you going to be looking for? You're going to be looking for holes. You're going to be looking for things that can make you trip up because Scorpio wants to go full blast on whatever it's doing. And if there's a hole, it's a huge hole for Scorpio rising. That's why Scorpio risings get all fucked up when their partners have necessary limits, or their partners let them know about the Scorpio's own limits. Don't tell me about these things that are difficult for me. I want to get revved up about what I can do, not what I can't do. Especially if you have a rough Saturn. A Scorpio rising with a rough Saturn can't really hear. They don't want to be criticized. They don't want to hear at all that they have anything wrong with them. They might say that they do because they want to know the holes so that they can eliminate them. You just can't say it to them in a moment of, when they're revved up about what they're trying to do. It's like you can tell a Scorpio when there's quiet, when there's nobody around, honey, I've been wanting to tell you that this might be bothering you. Scorpio will hear that and say, thank you. I appreciate that because now I know that hole is there. But if they are revved up about some big project that they got going on and you criticize this and this and this about it, they're going to get pissed because they hate those holes. And they will always find partners that will attract partners to them who will help them to see, really, like, Scorpios do want to have a deep, meaningful home experience because Aquarius is like a fixed sign on the home. And these Scorpio people, whenever any big transit is moving through Aquarius, like Pluto is right now, they're going to be aware of their need to be vulnerable to their partner in order to bond with them, because Saturn rules their 4th house. Saturn, problems, difficulties, holes, obstructions, rules their 4th house. This could be deemed difficult, and it's supposed to be that, but Saturn's got Leo in the 10th house. Leo doesn't rule any other signs or any other planets. It just rules the sun. Scorpio has the most powerful capacity to do things in their career than any other sign. But if they don't deal with the holes, they're gonna trip. And Pluto moving through Aquarius means you are going to shine the light on all the holes, on all the obstructions in your emotional circuitry that are going to obstruct you from living the career and doing the things that you want to do in your career and in your greater life that Scorpios really give a shit about. The family life, the home life is something for Scorpio it's a wagon for them to hitch themselves to in order that they can solidify themselves with their pincers, stabilize themselves, and then focus completely on their career things that they want to do. Depending, some people have the moon in Aquarius for a Scorpio rising, so that family is going to be more important. Some people, my girlfriend is Scorpio rising, and she's got Saturn at Makaraka. So really, that home life is a huge part of the thing. We are just talking about the rising sign here, but I digress. The rising sign is important, and it's going to convey very strongly your energy. So while Pluto is moving through Aquarius, these are the kind of things that you are going to be dealing with. Now, let's start to take this a little bit. That was a big, long spiel there, but I'm fired up today, so let's roll with what I'm fired up about. For Scorpio rising, Pluto has been around your 3rd house of Capricorn since 2008, while Neptune has been in your lucky 5th house of Pisces. And how this went for you ultimately depends on their dispositors, that's Saturn and Jupiter, respectively, in your chart. Now, something I do want to say is a theme for Scorpio is that they have these planets, like this must have technically been easier. Although, again, you might not have experienced this because Pluto in Capricorn's been tough on all of us. Again, because Pluto's south node is in Capricorn. You probably, while Pluto was in Capricorn, went to some real depths of understanding what stops you from expressing yourself and what stops you from expressing your boundaries, especially in relationships, and as well as permeating beyond the limits of the boundaries of self-expression that you thought you once had. This relates to the voice, the third house. This relates to admitting and demanding important needs for yourself and getting those needs, finding those needs, seeking those needs, and dealing really with being subordinate to authority with regards to your ability to speak up and to be a useful instigator and contributor in group situations. Because the third house all relates with this stuff. It's Gemini, it's brothers, it's expressing useful but hard things towards those in your community. And Pluto in Capricorn has been tough for all of us. Although, I'm going to say this first, okay? Ultimately, it's not as bad for Scorpio. This period especially has not been as bad for Scorpio for two reasons. One of them is that Pluto has been in the third and Neptune has been in the fifth. Neptune's been in your lucky fifth house, and any outer planet moving through the fifth house brings luck because the fifth house is tied in with the essential nature of the rising sign. The fifth house is a lucky house, and it always brings goods. So you'll have to notice that you've gone from two planets. The third house is kind of neutral for Scorpio. Basically, it's because the ruler, Mars, is exalted in Capricorn. Okay, I'm going to say that, and I'm going to say a bit more about that in just a moment. But the third house for Scorpio is not as terrible. And the fifth house for Scorpio is, of course, magical. Now we're going from this position to having dark, dank Pluto on the difficult cardinal angle of Scorpio. Scorpio's most difficult cardinal angle and house in some levels, in some ways, is the fourth house. Technically the 11th house and the 8th house. Mercury is probably really the toughest planet for Scorpio. But the fourth house is a difficult one. And so now you are going to now have Pluto in the difficult fourth house and Neptune in the difficult sixth house. Again, mind you, there is a little bit of relief here because Scorpio's sixth house is ruled by Mars, which is also the first house. So we're going to talk about Neptune. It's not going to be that bad, but we do have a transition from a bit of a luckier position to a bit of a heavier position with these coming transits, right? So the self-effort of your root chakra, remember, Capricorn and Aquarius rule the root chakra for everybody. Saturn rules the root chakra for everybody. And Pluto has been in Capricorn, which is the receptive side of your root chakra. So this was the self-effort, Capricorn, the self-effort of your root chakra was tested through the pushy third house of Capricorn. Capricorn is where the lord of this rising sign, Mars, is exalted. So this previous period may have brought some necessary inner strength to the Scorpio. It's deep foundational strength. And it's a lot easier for Scorpio to dig through and essentially be critical to themselves. Scorpio has been probably very critical and digging through, finding all the holes. Because remember, the holes thing is, Scorpio is afraid of holes because Saturn rules the third and the fourth house. I wasn't just talking about the fourth house there, I was talking about the third house. The third house is the holes inside of Scorpio's self. The fourth house is the holes that Scorpio has in deeply relating with other people. That's the tougher one. But Scorpio, being exalted in Capricorn, Scorpio's lord is Mars, and it's exalted in Capricorn. Scorpio can be critical to itself in an objective way and take it with a grain of salt, not take it too personally. So that's why this period of Capricorn, it's probably technically been tough for all Scorpios, but it's something that you can easily pick yourself up from. this might have brought necessary inner strength. Now, the feelings of subordination in your emotional foundations are now due to be experienced. Scorpio has a much harder time with transits here in Aquarius than it does with transits through Capricorn. Mars is not exalted in Aquarius. Mars is technically, how it works is that Mars has Saturn as a neutral. Saturn has Mars for an enemy. When Mars can hurt Saturn, but Saturn doesn't really hurt Mars. And this is partly shown because Scorpio is exalted in Capricorn and Saturn is debilitated in Aries, right? We can't exactly go by that logic, but this does carry something there. So ultimately, Scorpio Rising has a much harder time when an outer planet like Pluto, the biggest and longest transiting outer planet, moves through Aquarius than it does with Capricorn. Now, Neptune, coming up from the lucky 5th house in Pisces to the confrontational 6th house of Aries. This is the solar plexus chakra. So this is going to reveal the limits of your anger and willpower in the face of debts, ill health, and relationship problems. Spiritual authenticity will either be ignited from these struggles or else it will be dwindled, depending on the strength of Mars in the chart. And this is connected in some ways to the rising sign. Now, this is a big transition here for Scorpios. Really, Neptune in the solar plexus chakra, there is something that you are going to have to look for, because essentially, while Neptune is in the 6th house, and it's at the solar plexus chakra, this is an important chakra for Scorpio because, of course, Mars rules Aries and Scorpio, and these are both the solar plexus chakra. Scorpio Rising it's the back of the solar plexus chakra that comes out as your main energy. So while Neptune is here in Aries, you're going to have to deal with things related to the solar plexus chakra, and it's going to be egotism, and it's also going to be, we know that the 6th house is the junk drawers of relationships, because the 6th house is the 12th from the 7th house. So while Neptune is in Aries, you're going to be dealing with solar plexus things related to defining your own boundaries, having your own will, and essentially your own will really is often, Scorpio identifies in some psychic past life ways with partners who will help them become a strong individual in their career. They want to be served by a partner who will help them feel like in their own respectable, dignified individual in their career. Neptune is going to be exacerbating this theme here. And you are going to feel like you're going to be looking for partners who allow you to be a strong individual in career. Thing is that this is always Scorpio's difficulty, is that it's all fine and dandy for you to feel like you're an individual and to try to find a partner who helps you build on your career. It's interesting to note that Scorpio, almost like Libra in a way, Scorpio builds very heavily because the last signs of the zodiac are all on the bottom of their chart, right? Aries builds for Scorpio on themes of individuality in terms of partnerships, because Aries is in the 6th house. So what's going to happen for Scorpios here is that Pluto is putting pressure on your deepest emotional foundations. You're going to be looking for holes in your capacity to relate to others. And this is going to be happening while you're trying to seek individuality in your relationships. So if you have a strong Mars, then you will retain your self-dignity while essentially becoming submissive and subordinate to your own awareness that you have needs in relationships. You will feel like a piece of shit probably while Pluto is coming through Aquarius. There's going to be a lot of times where you'll feel like a piece of shit because you jerk off at work. What I mean by that is that you are masturbatory about how much you work for the sake of capitalism, global commerce, and all Saturnian things. You'll probably feel like you're kind of a piece of shit, like you're a slave to your job. And you love to build on your career and your job and your enterprise or whatever. But when you come home, you're going to be really challenged by your partner coming at you with awareness of how your emotions are your emotions are difficult and unfounded, and you're not relaxing enough. You're not coming to restore the deeper aspects of your emotions. You're gonna have to deal with this in a hard way because it's a difficult thing for Scorpios to have Saturn ruling the 4th house. Libra does much better with this whole thing than Scorpio does. Libra has Capricorn on the 4th house and Aquarius on the 5th house. Scorpio has Capricorn on the difficult 3rd house. Scorpio's always looking for more emotional security. Part of basically Scorpio doesn't deal with emotional security in the way Libra does. Libra does it right. Scorpio, this is the nature of Scorpio though. We can't say that any sign does it right, but especially Scorpio can do it very right if you have a strong Saturn. But Scorpio is set up to not always be stable in relationships. They are blending the 3rd house with the 4th house. The 3rd house is this constant, like you have to be meticulous about organizing your emotional energy. Basically, you have to be hard with your partner and say, honey, I got to go and do these things for my work for a while. And then you'll go and do the things for your work for a while. You'll get exhausted at work, and then you'll come back and then you'll tell your lover, okay, honey, I'm shuddering. I'm getting to the point where I want to fucking kill myself because I've been working hard so much. Now, let's do some things. Let's hang out. Let's enjoy our lives. And you will go one way or the other because that's Capricorn at the 3rd house and Aquarius at the 4th house. There's much more management of emotions that needs to be done for Scorpio. You've learned to manage your emotions and your own personal emotions while Pluto is in Capricorn. Now you're learning to manage them with a partner in a way that your partner's needs are also equally met while you still have Neptune trying to allow you to burst forth in your career and through the 6th house and to really work out psychological hang-ups with regards to relationships. That's really what this whole thing is about for Scorpio. That's the main theme that could be talked about, is working out 6th house, complicated emotional, psychological dynamics within yourself that are stopping you from having a solid relationship with your partner that also is conducive to what Scorpio really wants to do, which is to be glorified individually and independently in your career and in your role in life. So that is really a big thing of what's going on with Scorpio. Now let's take a little look at what Scorpio can expect in the coming years. So Saturn is the dispositor for Aquarius. And this is true for everybody, folks. Saturn anciently ruled Aquarius. So, my friend Stephen the Jupiterian just said that Hellenistic astrology also focuses on the houses and the whole sign house in this way. I think that's very cool. I'm still a person who, this is whole sign astrology, very Vedic, but I still use cusps. So I'll have to explain that in another video. But I'm glad to be talking with you guys about this in this way. So for Scorpio Rising, we see that Saturn rules Aquarius for everybody. Saturn is the dispositor, the primary dispositor of Aquarius. It has always been that way anciently. It's only in recent times that Western astrologers have considered Uranus to be a secondary ruler of Aquarius. Saturn is the primary ruler, And Saturn, as the dispositor, is channeling what Pluto is doing through Aquarius in the 4th house. And as it transits along, the confrontational needs of the 4th house are going to be met through transiting Saturn. Now, Scorpio does have a plus here, because while Saturn is moving through Pisces, essentially it's very much a plus that turns very much into a heavy, vulnerable minus. Most people are going to be vulnerable from 2023 all the way to 2028. Because Saturn moves into Taurus in your 7th house in 2028. And that's going to be a time when the world's on a little bit easier, steadier feet. The reason is because Pluto is shaking up things in the material infrastructures and framework of the world, because that's the root chakra of the whole planet, while Pluto's moving through Aquarius. Saturn is channeling that instability that's expressed with Pluto there. Now, Saturn's going to be with Neptune in Pisces from 2023 to 2026, and then Saturn's going to be with Neptune debilitated in Aries from 2026 to 2028. That is a vulnerable time for everybody. The economy is going to be in a vulnerable state, and it's going to be exacerbated by Neptune. It's essentially like there's going to be a cosmic street drug involved in what's happening with Saturn leaving home, leaving the old infrastructures of the old ways of the patriarchy of Aquarius. Patriarchy is still going to be a thing for probably like another 1,000 years, probably something like that. But there's going to be a huge knock to patriarchal things and a leaning towards social things, and we talked about in the start of this video. Now, when Pluto comes into Aquarius, is going to be on shaky ground when its dispositor, Saturn, is moving through this area of the zodiac. Now, for Scorpio, Saturn, when it's with Neptune in Pisces, there's going to be this is really a time of real fortune for Scorpio. This is going to be a time of luck where they can see how spirituality and metaphysics and soul needs are going to be garnered essentially by Saturn moving through the 5th house of Pisces with Neptune there. It's still going to be a tricky point, but Scorpios are going to have internal luck in this regard. So it'll be an important time because there's going to be a desire to connect with people. It's really going to be a desire in a lot of ways to let go of career. You've been probably letting go of career while Saturn's been in Aquarius this whole time, right? You've been letting go a little bit of career, building on career, but your career at some level has to come from the foundation that you build in your emotions. That's typical of Scorpio. And now Pluto's there. Now it's going to be continued. But what is happening in your emotional life, you're going to connect your life path, and you're going to really find your life path by connecting with others and with loved ones in the 5th house. 5th house relates with, relates with the numerology of Leo, relates with finding some life path that you enjoy doing and you will always enjoy doing. Most people will find that their career is blended with the 5th house. So while Saturn is moving through there, it's moving through there with Neptune there. There's going to be a deep desire at some level during this period, 2023 to 2026, you're going to be experiencing a desire to enjoy your personal life and the things you do as a passion. In fact, part of your emotional life that you're probably working on at this point is just finding things that you love doing for your own sake. And it's lucky because it's in the 5th house. Now, when Saturn moves with Neptune in the 6th house, this is a tricky, ugly spot. But again, thankfully for Scorpio, this isn't as bad as it is for some signs because Aries also rules the rising sign of Scorpio. What I will say is that if you have a difficult placement of Mars, if Mars is, for whatever reason, if Mars is in the 4th house in Aries, in Aquarius, you're going to be experiencing a lot of crazy difficulty, because Mars doesn't do that well in the 4th house. It prefers to be in the 10th house. If Mars is with Mercury, its main enemy, which is Mercury, or if it has a strong aspect from a strong Mercury, if it has lacking Shadbala, if you're in a time of the year that's not conducive to Mars things, there's many things that can cause a strong or a weak Mars. And if you have a weak Mars at this period, it's going to be very difficult for you to confront the emotional drag, where basically this is going to be a period where you need to work out psychological dynamics of you relating with others. This is basically, Neptune's been moving towards the 6th house. Saturn is condensing the lessons of Neptune now entering your 6th house. So this is going to be a period where you really are going to have a lot of pressure put on you to have relationship and personal self-expression through the 3rd house, and relationship stability, and it's going to be on shaky ground. But this is going to teach you about what is wrong with you in terms of how you relate with other people. It's very important for everybody, but it's especially important for Scorpio to recognize that relationships that you get into, or relationships that you're a part of, are going to be tainted and stained with a deep compulsion to be relieved of emotional and psychological relationship hangups. And in this period, at this moment, it's very important for you, probably, this is really all Scorpio should be doing, like emotional psychotherapy here. Get a therapist, talk to someone objectively, talk to your mother, talk to some feminine influence in your life at some point about any hangups that you have in relationships. Find professional help. I do it myself. Therapy should not be stigmatized like it once was, and it's becoming less stigmatized in our world of mental health, partly because Pluto's coming into Aquarius, folks. So taste the water and seek emotional help at this period. And at the very least, just be discerning about relationships at this period, because it's going to be a lot easier for you when Saturn comes into Taurus in your 7th house. This will be a time of great relief. And this will be a time where Saturn does a lot better in Taurus. Yes, I am tropical Vedic. I just saw Sonia asked. Saturn does a lot better in Taurus because Taurus is ruled by Venus, and Venus is friendly to Saturn. This will be a time where the whole world's economy kind of relaxes a little bit. We've all kind of come together a little bit, have relieved the things in the economy. And this will be a time where there's less pressure on you, and you've got more discernment in the type of people you want to connect with as a potential lover, or to find ways of connecting with the lover you already have in ways that are constructive and conducive to further growth down the line. So this is a vulnerable period right here. This will be a relief. And when Saturn comes into your 8th house of Gemini, this will be a period. This is 2030 to 2032. Gemini is a tough thing for Scorpio. Scorpios all have a hard time dealing with all things related to Mercury. You have 3, like outer planet-ish energies happening in the 8th house here at the same time, and it's a difficult house. The 8th house is really difficult for all of us. Most times you'll find that the 8th house is ruled by a planet that the rising sign doesn't like. That's just how these work. That's how the 8th house works. It's always unstable. Having these 3 planets all here in the 8th house, if you have a strong Mercury, you might actually be able to be redeemed in a very strong and profound and powerful way in your career, because Saturn is moving through your career house. The 8th house is a house of power. So Uranus being here in Gemini now, Saturn is going to condense what Uranus has been doing in Gemini in your 8th house. And the South Node gives a blanched scientific, it's almost like you won't want to deal with these things at this point. So while you won't want to, there will be deep ways of connecting to power, which you will ultimately be actually seeking to connect to your sense of personal power. Group power, group directives of a probably humanitarian nature, or just that will come from the needs of the collective at this time, which will probably be needs that are, it could relate to the world of entertainment, could relate to the world of, some kind of business need that will help relieve people of the problems that have been going on in this period, right? There will be some relief sought, and you will be able to take advantage of it in a powerful way with groups, which you will ultimately desire and think of as a way to connect to your own personal wealth. Now, eventually, for Scorpio Rising, Scorpios will have been dealing with the collective need for humanitarian relief, just like we all have. While Pluto is in Aquarius, we're building a well. Some humanitarian thing is going to happen where the world infrastructure of finances is going to shift and change. And Scorpios are going to have the North Node and Saturn in Leo at this time. This is going to be Saturn coming up to your 10th house, which is, of course, whenever I do readings for people, I often will tell them where their Saturn is, and it will often be in relationship to Saturn coming up to the 10th house. It's like, oh, Saturn's in your 2nd house right now? Yeah, it's nowhere near your 10th house right now. It's coming up to your 4th, so you're going to be dealing with emotional things. I'll almost always correlate it to Saturn, where it is in relation to the 10th house. Because Saturn in the 10th house is going to be a great, powerful, important consolidation of everything in the chart. That's what Capricorn represents. It's the 10. The 10 is the octave of the 1. The 10 is the manifestation of the completion of the rising sign of the 1. So Saturn being in the 10th house with the North Node here, it's in Leo. What this means is that whatever you've been doing to take advantage of the Plutonian, Aquarian, humanitarian needs that have been happening in the collective all this time, this is the halfway point between, Pluto being in Aquarius in 2023 and Pluto being in Pisces in 2044. This is about the halfway point. And it's at this point that you are going to find ways and reasons to connect your personal kingdom, your personal soul's desires, to what has been going on in the collective. And if your sun is well placed, this could mean great consolidation of all things career for you, even though there will be a pressure for you because the whole world is still going to be plunged with Pluto in Aquarius at this time. So this would be a time for you to be dealing with your personal emotional foundations while also dealing with your ambition in a way that is harmonious. Really, the pressures of being with your family are going to be put in more of a pressure than your career, because things are going to be happening in your career that are so big that you're probably going to be neglecting your family at this point. And this is a time when you really don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater. Don't throw all the things that you've built with your family out at this point, because once Saturn goes past this point, it's going to be you and your family again. It's going to be you and your friends and your loved ones again. And they're going to remember whether you neglected them or whether you tried to balance it all. Just communicate, be honest and open and earnest from your heart. And the people that you love in your life will understand that you had an opportunity to consolidate what you need for yourself in that period in what is very important to Scorpio, which is the glory that they identify with in their career. Because Leo, the sun, rules the 10th house for Scorpio. So just be honest, lead from your heart in that moment, and don't forget your friends. That was a long one. Longer than I anticipated. Like I said, I think this is going to be a long video. But I got to start reeling it in. It's nice to see some of my friends here talking about the overlap of Vedic and Hellenistic astrology. I really do think that there is certainly a overlap of Hellenistic astrology with Vedic. Really, there was a time when all astrological traditions, about like 2,000, 3,000 years ago, they all came together. The Persian, the Greco-Babylonian, and the Vedic, and the Hellenistic. They were all converging. They all shared their stuff at that time. And it was, thousands, hundreds of years later, the traditions split apart. There's the burning of Alexandria, and all of the information got scattered and lost. But there was a time when they're all connected. And a lot of people think that the modern advent of all astrological traditions have their roots in a shared space. So that's very interesting to talk about. And I'll be talking about that in future videos. So this is taking long, but I'm enjoying it. I hope the Scorpios all enjoyed that. Next thing we're going to be talking about is Sagittarius Rising. But before we do our click, I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick. And then we're going to continue, folks. Okay? So hang tight for just a moment. I'm going to be right back, and then we're going to get into Sagittarius Rising. It's too cold in this house. We're 1/3 the way done here, folks. Next up, I hope you guys have been enjoying this. Now, next up, we have Sagittarius Rising. What is Pluto and Aquarius going to be like for all of you Sagittarius Rising folks? That's what we've got happening next. Now, I'm just going to take a moment to prepare all of our different slides that we've got going on here. Okay. Thank you, my friend Steven. Now we can do the thing. Next up, Sagittarius Rising. And what's Pluto and Aquarius going to be like for you in this coming period? I'm basically doing like a 10-year oversight of what you can expect. So, welcome. First, we're going to talk a little bit just about Pluto and Aquarius in general for Sagittarius, and then we're going to see this transiting period that's going to be coming for you. So let's get started. For Sagittarius Rising, Pluto has been in Capricorn in the 2nd house. Neptune has been in Pisces in the 4th house. So how this went for you ultimately depends on how well the dispositors of these signs, that's Saturn and Jupiter, respectively, how they are in your chart. If you have a well-placed Saturn, everyone's been experiencing difficulty with Pluto and Capricorn. But if you have a well-placed Saturn, the difficulties that you have experienced through your 2nd house should have yielded very strong personal understandings of your own sense of enterprise and financial wealth. I see Stephen the Jupiterian is a Sagittarius Rising, so I hope you can enjoy this. And same thing for Neptune and Pisces. However Jupiter is placed in your chart is going to define how well it went for you, that Neptune, that Pisces has been visited by Neptune. Now, everybody has experienced some difficulty while Pluto's been in Capricorn. The main reason for this, if you've watched the beginning of my video, I've been making a big point about how all the planets have nodes, not just the moon. Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto, all the planets have nodes. It's a relationship of the sun, the earth, and that planet. Pluto's nodes take 2,000 years to move to another sign. In fact, some people say that the age of Aquarius is really a phenomenon of Pluto's nodes, because Pluto's south node has been in Capricorn for about 1,500 years, and it's going to enter the next sign in 2500 AD, and that's going to be Aquarius, the sign of Aquarius. So while Pluto's south node is in Capricorn, the whole world is plunged in this patriarchal, hard sort of energy. It's going to be the root is the root chakra. The root, the south node root is in the material world. But what we all desire in this period is the medicine of spirituality, of the Ajna chakra, of Cancer and Leo. Cancer being the emotional aspect that we're missing out with this Capricorn emphasis. Watch more of my videos later on, because I'm going to be talking about that a lot. So for Sagittarius, this really shows that Sagittarian people are all dealing with Capricorn in a strong way throughout this whole period. And the second house relates with your erotic psyche, relates with abundance. If you have a strong Saturn and you're a Sagittarius rising, you're probably learning right now the truth about how abundance comes to us, because remember, Taurus is the natural arbiter of the second house, which is ruled by Venus. It's sexiness, it's play in a way. It's objectivity about your emotional needs. And if you have a strong grip on your own emotional needs, then you have a strong grip of all things related to material needs of earth, of resources, of finances. If you can be objective about that, it's a good thing. And this is part of what this period overall in your whole life, because we all have this Pluto south node in Capricorn. Now, in particular for Sagittarius, this has been a theme that you've been learning about while Pluto has been visiting Capricorn since 2008. With Pluto in Capricorn, the self-effort, that's the root chakra, because remember, Saturn and Capricorn and Aquarius all rule the root chakra. And this is what we consider in Vedic astrology. But, you know, take that with however many grains of salt you wish. It's important for everybody. So Pluto being in Capricorn in the second house, the self-effort of your root chakra has been tested through the second house, since 2008. So this shows primal feelings related to personal, financial, and energetic subordination to others have likely passed through this period. And now you have been pressured to create your own energy reserves, emotional and financial. Right? That's been a huge lesson for Sagittarius while Pluto has been transiting Capricorn. It's been very important for all of these people. I'm just noticing my friend Irene Mack is saying goodbye. Thank you so much for hanging with us, Irene. This has been important for Sagittarius, is to develop on your erotic psyche. And the erotic eros doesn't just mean sexy. It means having this feeling like, I own the universe, baby. It's all mine. It's all me. The second house, Venus, Taurus, Pisces is exalted, and Venus is exalted in Pisces. Shows that the erotic energy really is exalted by considering itself to be permeated with everything. And so the second house is well served by sensing a juicy sense of abundance with regards to everything in its life. And this is what Sagittarius is very strongly are learning, that you're never going to feel like you can slowly, patiently sustain your desire to have the good things in your life until you objectively understand the importance of your emotions. When you can deal objectively with your emotions, then you can have that pull that will draw the earthly abundance that is all around us to you in a functional and practical way. So you've been learning this, and it's probably been a very tough lesson. You've probably felt very dry. You've probably been feeling subordinate in this erotic way, basically feeling like it's hard to be sexy, or it's hard to feel playful or juicy or abundant while you've been subordinate to other people. And you've probably just been trying to learn ways of digging into the hard dirt of boring ways of gaining wealth. Because really, an important integration that you've probably been learning is Cancer in the 8th house, which is how to use others, how to use groups, how to use the emotional energy outside you to bring in and secure ongoing wealth. So now, as Pluto comes into Aquarius, you are going to explore beyond your self-created boundaries to see what you are capable of with what you have built and what you have been building through the 2nd house. 3rd house is boundaries, checking outside the womb, checking outside of your resources and the way that you have been building on your resources. Because you need to develop first on a vehicle for having resources and wealth and wellness and emotional connections and erotic connections. And now, once you develop on something that works for yourself, like a business, Pluto moving through the 2nd house, you've probably gone through trying a few businesses out that didn't work. Now, while Pluto is in Aquarius, this is the time where you're going to be pushed and pressured to apply whatever business you've been trying to make, whatever business and always comes through you. You're going to try to apply it in ways that is going to actually see how it can mold and fluctuate and adapt to the economy and to the world around you and outside of you. This is what Pluto in Aquarius is going to pressure you to do. Now, really, this is going to be coming through very strongly with lessons related to Neptune and Aquarius, which is going to be your essential life path, doing something independent. While Neptune has been in Pisces, it's been in, basically it's coming up to Aries, which is it's the solar plexus chakra. So there's going to be lessons for you related to the solar plexus chakra, related to pushing and being willful in your life path and not allowing anything to stop you from living what you desire in your personal engagement of dignity in your life path. My friend Porter is asking, the whole time I thought this presentation was on the effects of Pluto moving into Aquarius next year with respect to each rising sign. Because that is intense, essentially the intention here, Porter. Right now we're talking about Sagittarius Rising and what Pluto in Aquarius means for Sagittarius Rising. This is tropical Vedic astrology, Zabrina. So this is using tropical measurements, but applying Vedic consciousness to it. So when Neptune comes up to the lucky solar plexus chakra, because for Sagittarius, the solar plexus chakra is on the 5th house, and the 5th house is a lucky house. So when Neptune comes to the lucky solar plexus chakra at the 5th house, it's going to bring tests of authenticity and heartfelt integrity regarding your soul's passion in life. It's going to bring great gifts of soul insight and an ultimately satisfying transit period. The idealistic ego's desire for a great soul path in life must learn to accept what realistically brings consistent soul joy. This is what Neptune is going to be teaching teaching Sagittarius while Neptune is in Aries. It's going to be pushing you to say, you know what, it is important for me to enjoy what I'm doing with my career, what I'm doing with the people in my life, and what I am doing with everything. Because the 5th house and the 9th house are connected to all aspects of the chart because they are the trinal houses. They're relating essentially to the essential sprite of personality coming through. So Neptune being in the 5th house is an enjoyable thing to look forward to. Any sign, any transit, any outer planet moving through a trinal house is going to bring some luck and enjoyment. So this is a positive, while Pluto in the 3rd it's not terrible for Sagittarius. Saturn is neutral to Jupiter. Saturn rules Aquarius, and when an outer planet is moving through a sign, you kind of know how auspicious and well suited it is to you by the relationship of that sign's dispositor to the rising sign. Saturn is neutral for Jupiter, so Saturn doesn't really hurt Jupiter. It doesn't hurt Sagittarius that bad. So with Pluto in the 3rd house, there's a lot of exploring. And while the world is going through the humanitarian energy, the sort of crises that might happen on the global scale economically, not that I'm not a doomsday sayer, but there will be some economical distraught and even ecological things that the world is going to be moving through while Pluto is in Aquarius. Sagittarius is going to find that these are conducive to Sagittarius's experiments in their own personal enterprise, in their own capacity to speak and to explore in a scientific way. This is what the 3rd house is all about. Sagittarius is going to be forced to explore and to be playful and open about how they can expand on their personal empire through the needs of the collective. And as they're doing it, they're going to be learning how to apply a fun life path along the way while Neptune is in Aries, right? So let's look a little bit at what this is going to mean in the coming periods for Sagittarius. So Pluto has been in Capricorn and now it's in Aquarius. So from 2023 to 2026, Saturn is going to be with Neptune in Pisces in the 4th house. Now, this would say that in this moment, because we've got to remember that Pluto in Aquarius has Saturn for its dispositor. This is why I'm looking at, you'll notice this whole presentation is about Saturn moving through the zodiac from Aquarius to Leo. This is because whatever Pluto is doing for all of us is going to be channeled through the dispositor, which is Saturn. The dispositors are very important. They're called house lords in Vedic astrology. This is some of the wisdom I want to bring to the world of astrologers. Saturn is acting as the channel, as the dispositor for Aquarius. So while Saturn is moving through the signs, it's channeling the 3rd house of Pluto in the 3rd house for Sagittarius. So Saturn is going to be doing some exploring in regards to the emotional world while Saturn is in the 4th house with Neptune. This is going to be an important house for Sagittarius because, of course, it's an angular house. And furthermore, Pisces was anciently ruled by Jupiter, same thing as Sagittarius. So Pisces, for Sagittarius, their 4th house is glued into their personality, into their basic energy signature. Jupiter rules Sagittarius and Pisces. So while Saturn and Neptune are in the 4th house, this is ultimately how this is going to go, is ultimately depends on Jupiter in your chart. If it's well placed, then there's a lot of good emotional energy to be gained. And really, Sagittarius gets probably the luckiest expression of the movement of Saturn and Neptune in Pisces to Saturn and Neptune in Aries. Because at this time, everyone is going to be going through a very vulnerable period. The root chakra of the planet, remember what I said, that the root chakra is ruled by Saturn, and the root chakra is essentially Capricorn and Aquarius. So the root chakra of the whole planet is going to be in vulnerable, dire straits while Saturn is debilitated in Aries, because Pluto is going to be pressuring the material structures of the world and the infrastructure, the economy, whatever. And Saturn, the dispositor of economy and the root chakra, finances, etc., is going to be debilitated in Aries at this time. And it's going to be amplified by the cosmic street drug Neptune. What that means is tough to say for the collective. And I've been recommending that everybody just kind of play it conservative and try to conserve even especially your emotional, not your emotional, but your sexual energy. Try not to be so brass with your sexual energy and try to connect it in deeper emotional ways. That's what I've been saying to everybody. Now, Sagittarius is the sign, this is true for Sagittarius compared to a lot of the signs, is, the phrase I've been saying is never waste a good crisis. While the world is going through a bit of a crisis here, everybody will, including you, your finances especially are going to be going through a difficult period when Saturn is debilitated in Aries and it's with Neptune. But it's at this moment there will be desires for people to blend into metaphysics because Saturn is with Neptune. There's going to be a crystallization of all things metaphysical, and there's going to be a need for healing, and the Sagittarians are going to have an opportunity to take advantage of it for their own personal self-seeking. You are going to learn a lot of self-realization through the pressure to have a strong enterprise, whatever job you've been building, whatever enterprise you've been building. There's going to be a pressure on you to have and to really use that and the sway of that to connect yourself to partners and to romantic partners, because you are going to be trying to connect with people while Saturn is moving through the 4th house from 2023 to 2026. You're going to be moving into a space of finding people whom are also trying to get on their feet, and you're going to connect emotionally with a lot of people from 2023 to 2026. And even in this period of 2026 to 2028, when the whole world is vulnerable, you are going to be finding a pressure to develop on a life path and passions and soul passions that are connected to deep aspects of your spirit. Because Neptune's going to be in Aries all, long after Saturn moves past into 2030 to 2035. Saturn's going to go way off, but Neptune's going to still be with Aries in the 5th house. It's at this period that you're going to be setting up the foundation for what Neptune and Aries means to you. And this is going to be a period where, while Saturn is crystallizing here, you're going to be involving yourself with important friends and people. And this is going to be important to you as Saturn moves into the 6th house and the 7th house. And you're going to be dealing with things in terms of marriage, business partnership, and intimacy. This period right now is going to be one that opens you up to the possibility of connecting emotionally with people that are going to be important for you in your career later on. This is really a period that's most important in regards to building friends, building a community of people and loved ones that are close to you, who love you emotionally and who are served by you serving them, and vice versa. This is the ground foundation, the blanket that you are going to be cruising on. Sagittarius, more than anybody else, is going to be able to take advantage of this period in terms of building some kind of enterprise, having some kind of personal enterprise, and using it to gain emotional connections that will eventually lead to different, more business connections. Now, Saturn coming into Taurus in your 6th house is probably going to be a bit frustrating, but it's going to be a huge relief compared to Saturn being debilitated. But again, you have at least got this in your 5th house, Saturn being debilitated in Aries. So look forward to the fact that during this period, you will be able to learn a lot about your soul passions through other people. You'll be pushed to connect with other people at that time. So while Saturn is coming through Taurus, April 2028 to May 2030, you're going to be experiencing things in relationships with all the people that you've been building on. And you're going to be connecting in business partnerships, learning how to be a good employee while ultimately learning how to explore your capacity in business. So when Saturn comes to Gemini in the 7th house, Uranus is going to be in Gemini. Really, at this time, Uranus is going to be in Gemini really since about 2026. So you will have been dealing with relationship things in a very ecstatic way. There's a way for you to meet lots of people in there's a sexy energy going on for Sagittarius when Uranus comes into Gemini in 2026. And it's this feeling of like a deep zap through your system that you can connect with people in through the 2nd and 3rd chakra to be valuable to people, whether it's emotionally, erotically, or even just having value of any sort as a business thing. Because the 7th house also relates with business. People want to do business with people who all jive together. And not necessarily emotionally, but more in just how you are together and how you have faith in connecting with people. So while Uranus has been in Gemini since 2026, Saturn coming up in 2030 to Gemini is going to consolidate it and say, all right, I've been connecting in sort of superficial kind of sexy ways that bring me lots of renown with social groups. I need to start connecting it to partners that actually mean something. And this is going to be the main theme, while ultimately the South Node being here, you're going to be wanting to connect to what does it all mean to yourself. And you don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater in this period. You want to learn about others in a way that connects with yourself and connect with others who mean something to yourself and help build yourself up. Because there's going to be a lot of people and a lot of emphasis on connecting with people who don't necessarily build on you, but rather make you somewhat insubordinate to opportunism in your career and to helping these others at this expense of yourself. So be aware at this time of connecting with relationships that are opportunistic, that have the opportunity to connect you to future goals, future plans, future money. And, if you start relationships during this period, they will be streaked with the signature of Uranus and the South Node and Saturn all there. Of course, Saturn moving through your 7th house is the time when you'll be thinking about marriage and these kinds of things. Really, when Saturn's in the 6th house in Taurus, you should be wanting to look for connections with people that kind of mean something. And then hopefully this period will be an expansion of what you can do with the relationships you've started while Saturn was in Taurus. But if you meet someone while Saturn is in the 7th house, be discerning about it, because there will be a business and an intent of the future that might just be a little bit too Uranian. At the same time, keep in mind, if you have a very good Mercury, then good things can come to you at this time. And this is, like a really well-placed Mercury. If your Mercury is really well-placed, then you can play around with finding people, be playful about opportunities that could come to you that could be very good and strong for you. It's when Saturn comes into the 8th house that you'll be able to gain a little bit more discernment. Ultimately, when Saturn comes into Leo in 2035, this will be the 9th house for you. This will be the period where ultimately you have been expanding through Pluto being in Aquarius in a humanitarian way with things that really have less to do with your soul and more to do with opportunities for self-expansion. When Saturn comes to Leo in the 9th house with the North Node there, this is going to be a time where you have a desire to really bring it all in terms of what it means to your soul kingdom. What does it mean to you? What does it mean to your role in life, in this role in society, your role in family? This will be a period for Sagittarius where it's really the theme of family, of what it is all meant for you. Because really the 9th house is truly the house of marriage. The 7th house is the house of intimacy. 8th house is a house of power. 9th house is the consolidation of all the power that you experienced while Saturn was in the 8th. And the 9th is the true house of marriage, and it's the house of the ashram. This will be a period where really the whole time Pluto's been Aquarius, there's been a deep emphasis of being the furthest possible away from your ashram that you can be. When Saturn and the North Node come into Leo, this is going to be a very important time for Sagittarius because Sagittarius is the natural 9th sign. And Pluto is in the furthest place from the 9th house that it can be, and Pluto's the furthest planet in the zodiac. I hope everybody can see that, what this is signifying. What this means is that the whole time Pluto will have been in Aquarius, it's opportunistic at the expense of deep soul guruship. And there will be a period, I bet, for every Sagittarius here, where the North Node is sucking Saturn through Leo, which is a difficult place for Saturn. This will be a period where you will probably be embarrassed at how little you've considered what the ashram is in your life. Unless you have a good sun, and unless you have a good 9th house, and unless you have a good Jupiter, at which point Pluto in Aquarius is just expanding on your personal connection to your inner ashram in a way that is edgy. And that's not a bad thing as long as you have positive guru planets, the sun and Jupiter, in your chart. But if you don't have the strongest ones, or even if they're just neutral, Pluto's putting pressure on you in a survival way throughout Pluto being in Aquarius and especially Capricorn. And in 2035, you are going to face and confront how you've let go of your deepest spiritual and moral obligations from within yourself and ethical obligations from within yourself. And it's at this point that you're going to want to connect the business things that you've been building to something that is more meaningful and spiritually significant to your soul. And this is very important for Sagittarius. So this is an important wrap up for all the Sagittariuses who are watching this, because this is something I've been trying to sort of point at. I really should have mentioned from the beginning what the 9th house is and how distant the 9th house will feel while Pluto is in Aquarius. It's at this point that the distance will really be everything that's been going since Pluto entered Aquarius. But of course, keep in mind that Pluto is going to stay in Aquarius after Saturn moves past Leo, after the North Node passes by Leo. It's going to be a deep blink into the importance of the 9th house, but Pluto is going to remain in the 3rd house. And this is going to be an important time for you to consolidate what Pluto has been lacking as it moves through the bottom of your chart. And that will be an important period for Sagittarius to ultimately bring something out that will make a spiritual manifestation of all the opportunism while Pluto is moving through Aquarius. I hope this is clear. It's an important thing for Sagittarius that's happening there at that time. So, that was Sagittarius Rising. What is it all about to have Pluto moving through Aquarius in your chart? Now I'm just kind of poking through our questions here, our comments. I've been watching them a little bit as we've been going on. I've got some people who will be having their Saturn return coming up soon. And we had a little conversation about Chiron. So, I hope everybody has been enjoying that. Thinking a little bit about what it means for Sagittarius folks. Now, my friend Jeannie Vibes is going to get her fix. You've just asked for Capricorn Rising, and that's where we're moving next, folks. Ugh. I had a feeling the videos would be longer today. 'Tis what it is. The last video I did, I was a little bit pooched. I can see my throat's already still a little bit there. So, ladies and gentlemen, and everything in between, the next thing that we're going to be talking about is dun 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 dun, check, or whatever that, there's a word for it, action. We are now going to be moving into what will it mean when Pluto moves through Aquarius for Capricorn Rising. We are halfway through our video today, ladies and gentlemen. So, for everybody watching, I hope you've been enjoying hanging out with me here. Watch the intro to see a little bit more about Pluto and Aquarius in general. As well, I've got a Pluto and Aquarius video on my channel that really talks about all the things related to Pluto and Aquarius. What it means in today's society. It's a big, long view of what it's all about. Today we're talking about what does Pluto and Aquarius mean to the individual rising sign. We're going to talk about Pluto and Aquarius for Capricorn Rising, and then we're going to talk about like a sort of a 10-year panoramic view of what to expect for at least the first half of Pluto and Aquarius for you. First, we're going to talk a little bit about what it has meant thus far that Capricorn, the themes of Pluto and Capricorn, and now Pluto coming into Aquarius. First thing I will say is that Capricorn Rising is really probably the people who have been having the toughest time during this period. Of course, Pluto's been going through your rising sign. But there's more to it than that. You know, Pluto in Aquarius, all the Aquarius people are going to have to deal with that, but it's not going to be as hard as Pluto in Capricorn has been for Capricorn Rising. The main reason is, I'm going to be talking about this more in my channel. I've really gotten into evolutionary astrology. And what evolutionary astrology talks about, what Jeffrey Wolf Green talked about, he's got a whole long video about it. It's the planetary nodes. If you look that up, it's talking about the nodes of other planets outside of the moon. We all know that the moon's nodes, that's Rahu and Ketu, the north node and the south node. We all see that in everybody's chart. We see the little symbol of the north node. What people don't realize is that the moon isn't the only planet with these nodes. All the planets have nodes. And it has been the case that it's very important. What's really most important, people call these ages. We've been in the age of Capricorn because Pluto's south node. Pluto is the root of every chart in evolutionary astrology, and Pluto's south node is a root of Pluto, and it's something that moves through a sign. It takes 2,000 years to move through a sign. So, Pluto's south node has been in Capricorn since about 500 AD. It started in 500 AD, and it's going to enter Aquarius in 2500 AD. The nodes of other planets outside of the moon move forward, not backward like the moon's nodes do. The Pluto's nodes move forward. So Pluto's node, the south node, the root, has been moving through Capricorn. When the south node is moving through, it means that there's an excess. There's too much of whatever that sign is. In this case, it's Capricorn. So Capricorn risings have to understand that really everyone born between 500 AD and 2500 AD who has Capricorn rising has a specific relationship with the collective evolutionary narrative of the planet. A big thing right now, people are talking about the patriarchy of capitalism, of greed, of the whole world has been plunged into this patriarchal system where there's less resonance towards untraditional gender identifications. There's less emphasis, there's traditional gender roles are being overemphasized, where basically women have a hard time embracing the masculine inside themselves and balancing that, and men have a hard time expressing the feminine inside themselves and balancing themselves. Capricorn people tend to take things as they are on the surface. Capricorn risings have been learning the hard way that we have to be the colorless light that has no gender, that has nothing. This is, Saturn is the furthest planet in the old way, and Saturn rules the root chakra. It's the physical earth, whereas the moon is the fastest moving planet. It revolves right around Earth. It's adaptive. It doesn't stick to anything. And all Capricorn risings need to learn the lessons of the moon, because the moon is the opposite to Capricorn. That's Cancer. So while the south node has been in Capricorn for all of us, the south node of Pluto has been in Capricorn for all of us for 1,500 years. The moon's basically Cancer. Pluto's north node has been in Cancer for 1,500 years. And when the north node is in Cancer, it relates to the moon. It relates to the need to exist in a soulful state of potential and inner blissful soul enjoyment, no matter what the thing is happening on the surface of the material world. No matter what's happening in the material world, we need to have internal soul joy. Capricorn rising says, okay, well, I'm going to stiffen up my sleeves and I'm going to do the material thing first, and I'm going to learn to have a soul enjoyment and move to my soul's mission second. While Pluto has been moving through Capricorn, I'm sure you've been finding difficulty with this attitude. The thing is that Capricorn is still the people who needs to do this. It's a very tricky thing happening here, because we need to, Capricorn rising, we love them because they are so wry, I love Capricorn rising people. I've got Rahu in Capricorn, and I fucking love Capricorn rising because they're the most sarcastic, they're the most witty, they're the most real people you're ever going to meet. And they will say, whenever they're going through something difficult, they're just going to be out front and honest about it, and they're going to say it. And they are team players. They are willing to be subordinate because they know if you're subordinate for 30 years, you'll be a leader and you'll be confident knowing how to tell other people to be subordinate to the team in the other 30 years. It's like when you're in an orchestra of musicians. You know the people who do this thing, the conductor? They have been every single instrument player. A conductor needs to know how to play every single instrument in an orchestra. They've been subordinate to conductors all their life. They've been a trumpet player. They've been the oboe player. They've been the violins and strings. They've been subordinate in all those different ways. Now as a conductor, they can confidently lead because they have been, they don't take it personally when they are given a directive. or a command or an instruction from someone higher than them. And they don't take it personally also. Capricorns are very important leaders because, especially when they're well placed, when they have a strong Saturn, because they don't take it personally when they give orders. This is why Capricorn Risings can be some of the best leaders in the zodiac. It's because they don't take it personally that they are in the role as someone providing a role that's needed in society. They'll do it, and they like to be in the seat of power, but it's only because they like to be in the seat of power. They like to lead. They like to be the ones because they're good at organizing things, because they like to work hard. So in this period, you've been probably having a difficult time. But what I will say is that if you have a strong Saturn as a Capricorn rising, you have great opportunity in this 2,000-year period. And you've also gotten a big opportunity since 2008 till now to learn what you need to learn, to be subordinate to what you need to be subordinate to in order to become a leader in your own right, a leader in your own way. And of course, you are going to channel all the difficulties that Pluto being in Capricorn for the last 16 years, all the difficulty that you've experienced, it probably relates to yourself. It's the first house. It's your body. You might, while Pluto has been in Capricorn, you might have had illnesses and sicknesses. You've had a million things happen to you that have stopped you from developing on the self-growth you need to be what Capricorn is, which is a savvy, business-savvy, intelligent, business-understanding, enterprising individual. And you have probably had a lot of personal issues that have caused you to not feel like you could. So what you did is you've taken a subordinate role in some organization, some company, or something. Something you've been doing, you've been subordinate to, and your needs have been put aside in order to ultimately just spend time getting through what's probably felt like a period of gross lack of personal dignity. This has probably been a difficult thing for Capricorn Rising to have Pluto transiting Capricorn since 2008. So ultimately what this is, of course, leading to is you've learned how to be an employee. Now you are becoming your own employer while Pluto is coming into the second house. Not only is this a relief because it's coming out of your first house, but it's a relief, again, as I've said, for all of us, because Pluto is moving away from the sign where its south node is. There's too much emphasis of Capricorn from 2008 to 2023. Too much emphasis of it for everybody. It's part of the reason why the global pandemic happened. And you have probably, while the global pandemic happened, it was a metaphor for all Capricorn risings to reckon and deal with the nature of business and the nature of economy and global commerce and how fluctuating it can be. So, while Pluto has been moving through your rising sign for Capricorns, the self-effort of your root chakra has been tested. And I should say, how this went for you, again, depends on where Saturn is in your chart. If you have a strong Saturn, then you probably have learned to have a great sense of personal identity and even personal capacity to lead by your own directive in your life. This period has been very tough for Capricorn risings. Some of them have been wiped out and lost everything and have learned how to start from nothing. While some who have a stronger Saturn, who have things supporting your Saturn, like delight from a strong Venus or delight from a strong Mercury, or if it's placed on a sign of either Venus or Mercury or Saturn, or when Saturn is close to the right side of the chart. Saturn likes being closer to the 7th house. If you have anything like this, it's possible that this whole period, the pandemic and everything, has wiped you clean, but now You have gained some strength, and if you've been holding on to anything, it shows that what you've been holding on to has the strength to get beyond, right? To get beyond the pandemic that just happened, which was probably a big, difficult thing that I don't think is going to have. Now that Pluto is getting past Capricorn, the world's not going to get hit by quite the same thing. But you're going to see how there will be some economic tension in 2026 when Saturn is in Aries. We're going to talk about that, but let's stick to what we're talking about right now. So I can already see my friend, somebody has already mentioned that they have had difficulty while Pluto moved through Capricorn. This is the thing, is that Capricorn risings have probably had a difficult time during this whole thing. Most of you will have had their slate completely wiped clean. And all you can do is pick up the pieces and learn how to subsist on nothing. Because if you can subsist on nothing, you will subsist very well when Pluto comes into Aquarius and the economy starts to tune itself in a way that is conducive to helping people who have Capricorn rising to once again become well regarded for their ability to be objective and strong in times of crisis. So, the self-effort of your root chakra. The reason I say the root chakra is because Saturn rules Capricorn and Aquarius and the root chakra in Vedic astrology. See, these are the chakras. And Capricorn and Aquarius and Saturn all are represented by as leaders of the root chakra. So Pluto having been in Capricorn in your first house, in your root chakra, shows a basic test of self-integrity that has been happening since 2008. You've had a subordination to the self, of your absolute self, of your ability to lead your own life, your ability to feel like you have a grip on your destiny. This has been subordinate to some company or infrastructure, and it's challenged your individual leadership potential since 2008. Now you are challenged to solidify your own wealth and your own erotic psyche, the feeling that I'm juicy, that I'm not going to people sucking on their teat. People are coming to me. That's the sucking on the teat thing is like this is a time of feelings of gross lack of personal abundance. And your personal abundance of feeling like you're the one who have got people coming to you for the values that you have is going to be explored and amplified while Pluto is in Aquarius. You've essentially have been tested in your ability to have very little self-dignity and feeling like you have to be subordinate, you're a slave to some other corporate thing. And what this has led to is, if you have a strong Saturn, it's led you to be subordinate while still surviving, accepting that there are some times in life where you got to suck someone else's teat in order to have the strength to become a grown person who has value for others. If you don't have a strong Saturn, it means you've been completely wiped clean. And now you have to develop, essentially, because you can survive on nothing, you'll survive better once Pluto comes into Aquarius. It is really something to look forward to. So now you're challenged to solidify your own wealth and erotic psyche and sense of abundance through the struggles that you've gone through for the last few years. So, we've got a few people who have mentioned some things. I'm glad to hear my friend Sonia has enjoyed the Scorpio forecast. My friend Rihanna is enjoying what we've been going through with Aquarius, I believe. So, now the next thing we want to speak to is Neptune. Neptune has been in Pisces. It's been in it's been in your third sign, your third house. And now it's coming up to what is essentially, for all of us, Aries is the solar plexus chakra. So Neptune really here is a difficult place for Capricorn. Capricorn, there's a lot to speak to with Capricorn here. I think this is going to be one of the longer signs that we have. Thankfully, I've got the energy. I'm feeling great right now. Neptune being in Aries for Capricorn is a difficult placement. Capricorn does not like its fourth house, as you might imagine by the fact that Capricorn is opposite Cancer. Now, where exactly is this coming from? This is coming from tropical Vedic. This is coming from a tropical Vedic understanding of the signs and how they work. Now, unfortunately, it doesn't look like I have what I wanted to get. Yeah, I sure don't. But one thing I can share here is I'm going to have to share this, and this is a... Dang it, I don't have it either. This is what I'm looking for. So I'm going to be making presentations on all the rising signs soon. I've made them in a better... I'm going to be making them in a better diagram than this because most people don't understand the Vedic astrology square. But this is what I'm going to essentially say here is that Capricorn has... Every rising sign has auspicious signs and inauspicious signs, as well as sometimes a neutral. Auspicious means that it's on the same team as the rising sign. And I'm going to explain that in a moment. So for Capricorn rising, Capricorn and Aquarius are auspicious and lucky. Taurus and Gemini are auspicious and lucky. Virgo and Libra are auspicious and lucky. Now, the third house and the fourth house are inauspicious. The 8th house is inauspicious, and the 11th and 12th house are inauspicious for Capricorn. Now, you'll notice that there's a pattern. It's basically the fire and water signs are basically all inauspicious, and the earth and air signs are all auspicious and lucky. Why is this? The reason is because this is something that I've been teaching in basically all of my videos, and this is a tropical Vedic wisdom. We see that the inner spirit and inner soul is related to the fire and water signs, while the material embodied soul are ruled by the air and earth signs. The material embodied soul relates with communication with others. That's Venus, and really blending and merging with others through Venus. Communication with others in the world around us and objectifying even ourselves is Mercury. Saturn is about dealing with the material reality and functional, financial, material things outside of our personal souls. Whereas the Sun, Moon, Mars, and Jupiter, they rule the fire and water signs, don't they? Right? Jupiter rules Sagittarius and Pisces. It's fire and water. Mars rules fire and water. The Sun and Moon rule fire and water. So the signs, there's two teams here. The signs ruling the fire and water signs are less lucky because Saturn, essentially Capricorn, is on team earth and air. We know this because, of course, look at the 5th and 9th house of Capricorn. They're all earthy houses, right? We can see this here. We can see that. Let me see, where are we at here? For Capricorn, we have Taurus, which is an earth sign, Venus ruling the 5th house, and Virgo, it's an earth sign, rules the 9th house. So when we have, in a moment like this, let me see here. Essentially what this is getting at is that when Pluto is... I know what we're talking about. Sorry, folks. I kind of lost a bit of my train of thought here. We're really talking about Neptune. When Neptune is in Aries, it is ruled by... Aries is ruled by Mars. Mars rules the 4th house as well as Scorpio, the 11th house, the natural 11th house. The 11th house is the most inauspicious house for all rising signs. And the 4th house is tied into the 11th house for Capricorn. All this adds up to say that Mars is a difficult planet for Capricorn. It's ironic that the only plus with regard to Mars with Capricorn is that Mars is exalted in Capricorn. So it's a two-way street when it comes to all things Mars and Capricorn. Neptune being in Aries is going to open up a vulnerable aspect of Capricorn because it's working through, essentially Capricorn has holes in its personal life and its personal relationships because Capricorn is such a ambitious, business-minded sign. The good news is that, especially if you have a good, well-placed Mars, Neptune moving through the solar plexus chakra is going to teach you of how to be a strong individual in your relationships and how to grab for the emotional needs that you need in order to sustain yourself on the way to building what you need in your career. So, what Neptune means in the solar plexus chakra, remember that's Aries is the solar plexus chakra. When Neptune is in Aries for Capricorn Rising, this is going to bring tests of ego and willpower related to home, friends, love, and family. There will be some struggle and there will be a need to actively maintain emotional outlets through loved ones, even at the expense of the desperate urgency to build one's personal, financial, and energetic resources through the 2nd house. Essentially, while Pluto is coming into the 2nd house, there's going to be a survival pressure to come back into some kind of objective career and ambition, where you're basically saying, I got to just come back to reality and be solid about the things I'm doing in my career. And Neptune is here in the bottom of the chart. And Neptune is going to say, don't forget, no matter how much survival pressure is on you to be hard, to be tough, and to get through this tough period, you still have to be vulnerable and open and fight to contain and keep your emotional connections. Because that's what's going to be happening here. Capricorn is going to be so either building on the opportunities that the crisis of Pluto and Aquarius kind of represents. Again, I'm not a doomsayer, but I think there will be economic difficulties that happen during Pluto and Aquarius, which Capricorn people will actually be able to take advantage of and build off of the needs of society, because scarcity builds need, which builds opportunity for enterprising individuals. You are going to be wanting to fully focus on the ambitions and career things that you want to take advantage of now that Pluto has moved out of the restrictive place of Capricorn. You're going to want to expand, and you will not want, Neptune is going to teach you to not only expand in business ways that will help you with your reputation, which is something you probably crave, but it will teach you to balance that career expansion with emotional heart expansion. And it will teach you, basically, you're going to might even be pushy and mean and tough in your emotional relationships. This is what people love Capricorn Rising for, is to be tough, is to tell you the tough things. Tough love is the nature of a Capricorn. We know that because Aries, tough, pushy, Mars-ruled Aries is on the 4th house. But no matter, you have to find a way to remain the tough love person that everybody loves you for, while also being vulnerable, having the space to not necessarily chew all your loved ones out, and to be regarded as someone who can be a tough love person while still holding the space for others to teach you things and giving others dignity. This is going to be something that you're not going to see because you're going to be so wrapped up in career things, but Neptune is going to tickle that particular bone. And you're going to realize how to balance career ambition, building the second house, while also building the fourth house. And something I have in my notes is that the second house and the fourth house are both relationship houses. Keep that in mind. The theme here very strongly is how to build on relationships that will be conducive to sustaining the ambitions that you have. Okay? Themes of emotional boundaries and sacrifice abound here with Pluto in the second, while Neptune's heartfelt surrender activates the fourth. Both of these are tantric houses of emotion and erotic psyche. And these are going to be important themes for Capricorn Rising during this whole period. So we can see that really all the pressure that you've been experiencing while Pluto is in Capricorn is not necessarily, like, a lot of it's going to go away. And you're going to think, finally, now I can become a person all myself and become dignified. And honestly, a lot of Capricorn people are going to get bully syndrome, where they've been bullied when they were younger, and now they feel like they can bully others through their hard objective reasoning and logic. And they can even bully people to love them in a way. This is, this happens to bullies. This is why bullies get there, is because they were bullied themselves. And not every Capricorn is going to end up being a bully, but there will be a pressure to show everybody, now I can finally show everybody that I don't fucking suck. I'm not a fucking loser. I can be something that can get on top of everybody, because everyone's been on top of me this whole time. And this energy will be sublimated into relationships. And Neptune is going to be in your partner's solar plexus chakra as well as yours. Your partner is going to be the one whose Neptune is also in their solar plexus chakra. And they're going to have spiritual inclinations to understand when they are being abused, even if it's an unconscious abuse coming from the Capricorn person. I'm being very objective with you here. This is me being Leo rising, and I've got a lot of Virgo placements. But take it as a trine to your rising sign. If I'm going to be the only one telling you this, keep it in mind as this period comes along, where you need to find out, you need to listen when people tell you that you're losing touch with your erotic seductiveness. Because what do I always say, folks? You catch more flies with honey than you do with vinegar. Someone has told me that that's a questionable science in itself, but the metaphor is there. The honey, a spoonful of sugar helps the medicine go down. This is the key phrase for Capricorn Rising in this period, because your lovers are going to be telling you that you're working too hard, that you need to calm down and come into a more erotic state of abundance. And as you do that, listen when your partners have their own solar plexus flare-ups, because the Neptune in their solar plexus chakra is going to be saying you need to stand up for your emotional needs. And tell that Capricorn partner of yours when they're being too hard, too objective, too heartless, too cold, too emotionless. And your partners, as it always is with Capricorn, are going to be people who help you typically through a friend group as well. Your partners, usually Capricorn finds home partners who are also connected to their friend group. And your partner is going to be in touch with your friend group, and everybody's going to be conveying to you, hey, you're being a little bit mean to your partner. Look for this if it happens, swallow the pill, and take it as more lessons of Mars. Because especially if you have a strong Mars, you will take this on the chin and learn great patience and peace when it comes to your relationships, because that's a huge piece of the lessons that Capricorn is going to be coming into while Pluto comes into Aquarius. Now, we're not done yet, folks. Next, we're going to be talking about what this is going to mean in the coming periods as Saturn moves through the zodiac up to 2035 when it's in Leo in its opposition for Capricorn. I just want to really quickly take a little peek at some of our questions because we've had a few people saying hello. I'm glad that I've reframed the second house transit for genie vibes. It's amazing that the sun is entering the sign of Capricorn today. This is our solstice, everybody, and I'm very glad that you guys are all hanging out with me and learning a little bit about Pluto and Aquarius. Very interesting that everybody is dealing in the same way. The circulation of chakra energy moves back up through the spine. Teresa, you are absolutely correct. Also, our friend SKPC333 has told us to research Jin Shin Jutsu. It's the hands and fingers, powerful energetic self-help that helps to harmonize emotions. Psychosomatic healing is going to be an important thing for all of us while Pluto comes into Aquarius. Because as Teresa said, the energy is coming up the spine, up to Cancer, where we are learning that the self is just as important as what it does. Cancer, the self, is just as important as Capricorn, what it does. Now, stay with me, Capricorns. We're not done with you yet. This has been a long go for Capricorns. That's true in so many layers, but I mean that in terms of this video. This has been a long video for Capricorn, and we've got a little bit more for you. I hope this is coming off as a good thing for you because you need it, or you deserve it, because you've had the toughest go of Pluto transiting its own south node in Capricorn, and this being your first house. So, for everybody, Aquarius has Saturn for its dispositor. The dispositor of Aquarius is Saturn, because Saturn anciently rules Capricorn and Aquarius. It's only recent decades that Uranus has been given a sub-rulership of Aquarius, but Saturn is the primary ruler. Now, that means that wherever Saturn is in your chart is going to be the channel for what's happening with Pluto and Aquarius. And wherever Saturn transits is also going to be a channel for the themes of Pluto in your second house. So, for Capricorn Rising, there is going to be a very difficult period that happens at a certain point. And it's going to be 2026 to 2028. This really, it just keeps getting better and better for you Capricorns. This is going to be tougher on Capricorn than anybody else. Let's move through it. Okay? Because once this is through, you will have been through Pluto in Capricorn. You will have been through Saturn transiting Aries. This is the point I'm talking about. February 2026 to April 2028. This will be the last of the grossest parts of this really long, hard go that Capricorn has had since 2008. This will really be the last of it. You might be exhausted at this point. A lot of you Capricorns will be tapped. This is why I express, be conservative about all energies, even experience what we could call some kind of divinity. Whether that means you don't have to be a religious or spiritual person, seek the divinity in other people, open your heart and be vulnerable to love, truer, deeper love in this period, and be very, very careful of getting wrapped up in emotional connections because you feel that essentially you might feel in 2026 to 2028 that you've been dragged through this whole thing this whole time, and you will feel emotionally like you would just want to connect to someone And you do need to connect with someone at this period. Saturn's moving through your 4th house, but it's going to be debilitated. And this is, keep in mind, whenever Saturn is transiting Aries, you have your 1st and 2nd lord debilitated by transit, right? But Neptune is going to be there in Aries. Pluto is going to be channeling your 2nd house of erotic psyche. And it's especially because the 2nd house relates to erotic psyche. This period is going to be something where you will seek, it's almost going to be a survival desperation to connect with just about anybody. And there will be even people who will be seeking to experience sexual and erotic power in themselves by your vulnerability and neediness. The thing is that you are going to connect with people who can just make you, this is what, I'll tell you how Capricorn deals with their emotions, okay? I don't want to fucking deal with it. So I'm just going to stuff it under the carpet. I'm going to just ignore it. And there's going to be a giant pile in the carpet. You're going to see a big dust bump in the carpet because you've just swept it under that carpet. Whenever somebody steps on it, all the dust of unregulated emotions and sexual desire are going to be right at the surface for everybody else to see. Now, you're going to feel embarrassed about this. It's going to be a tough thing for you to want to deal with unless you've got a partner that's good. Unless you've got a strong 7th house, if you've got a strong 4th house, if you've got a strong Mars, and if you've got a strong 2nd house, then essentially you've probably got partners or people who will be helping you to get through this. And what's essentially happening is that you won't be dealing with your emotions in a heartfelt, open way. And because Saturn and Neptune are together in Aries, where Saturn is debilitated, you're going to want to seek the easiest route out of the debilitating feelings that you've been feeling in your 2nd chakra, your 2nd house, which is the erotic, seductive place. Everybody needs a little bit of that juicy snap, that sexual healing to feel like the whole rest of their lives have the elasticity of mobility, of that juiciness that keeps us all tight, like a tight snare drum. When Saturn is here with Neptune in Aries, in the bottom of your chart, you will probably have an inclination to just grip whoever gives you the slightest feeling of some kind of erotic or emotional satisfaction and relief. Relief is the bigger word. The problem is that many Capricorns will hear this and go, oh, okay, I get it, so I just shouldn't connect with anybody. That's not it. That's going to cause this whole thing. What you need to do is balance your desire to connect at a survival level with something that will solidify your ambition. That's coming. Right now, your most important thing to be thinking about is subsisting, especially when Saturn is with Neptune in Pisces and when Saturn's with Neptune in Aries. Be conservative with your sexual chakra, but connect with something that has more meaning in a meaningful way. Once Saturn hits Taurus in April of 2028, it will be in your 5th house. You will be able to connect with people who actually have a connection to your soul passions and desires. Saturn, which is your rising sign, does much better in Taurus collectively because Saturn, as I've shown you in that other page, it's important for me to show this for Capricorns in particular. When Saturn is in Aries, it's on its ugly team. It's taking things personally. And when Saturn comes into Taurus, it's in the same team. Saturn is on the same team as Venus. Venus is a benefic planet. It's going to be a much easier time for all of us economically, and especially for you, Capricorn, because we're talking about your 1st and 2nd lord. It's going to be much easier. That will be the period where things start to come to solidify. Saturn will no longer be in the same sign as Neptune. It will no longer be debilitated. And you will have the actual sense of what is happening with the people that you've connected with all this time. Now, Keep in mind that you could still connect with people that are important for you in terms of marriage, or you could have a marriage partner. If you do have a marriage partner, it's going to be tested in this period, because essentially what's going to happen is that your partner is probably going to be feeling like you've been so dry because you've been so focused on the survival of the family's wealth that you two are going to be questioning what's happening in your marriage. If you're in a marriage relationship from 2023 to 2028, be careful about it. If you feel like getting out of it, seek a marriage counselor. Don't make any rash decisions in relationship, getting into one or going out of one, until April of 2028. Or at least at the start, even the start of 2028. Because that is when Saturn will be in a place where it can properly regard its first and second house for you, Capricorn. And it can properly regard its relationships to whatever it has been experiencing while it has been emotionally vulnerable and desperate from 2026 to 2028. This 2028 Capricorn is the time when you are going to experience a huge relief from everything that's been building. Again, I should say that really even Pluto coming into Aquarius will still start to be a relief for you, right? Keep that in mind. There is a light at the end of the tunnel for Capricorns. Pluto, 2024 in Aquarius is going to be the start of the relief. And really, this is it, you know, even this period still at least doesn't have Pluto in your first house. You're already going to be starting to feel the healing at this point. But it's this period that's going to be vulnerable. It's going to get you're going to have much more discernment in emotional things in 2028. So don't neglect relationships, as Capricorns might be inclined to do. Don't neglect relationships, but be kind of stern with them. Be objective about them, and don't get so locked up in your career that you just pick up any old emotional connection, because what's going to happen is that Capricorns just tend to just roll with whatever connections they have going on. You could connect to a marriage partner that's not right for you during the period of 2026 to 2028, but it's going to be at least some relief so you can fix and work on the opportunities that you have that Pluto is going to be causing you to want to do. Release your grip on Pluto. Don't jump into any relationship. But if you do feel that there is a genuine connection, if you've got a good second house, if you've got a good seventh house, if you've got a good fourth house, if you've got a strong Mars, if you've got a strong moon, then you might find relationships that might actually be good for you in this period. And in which case, you just have to be discerning about them, be Capricorn about them, be hard about them until Saturn comes into Taurus. Then you can be clearer. The whole economy will be clear, and you can make a better informed decision about whatever relationships happened during this period. Okay? Saturn in your fifth house is going to be a general relief, and it's going to be lucky. Capricorn having Taurus on its fifth house is lucky related to any connections that you've made in this period. It is important to say that Capricorns that are doing well by this time will be able to take advantage a little bit of the crisis that's going on in the world. Capricorn is going to be having a generally tough time emotionally, but there will be opportunities in the world to be taking advantage of any economic crises that happen while Saturn is in Aries with Neptune there. And the world will need strong people like Capricorns to step up and to continue doing business as usual. You can take advantage of that at some level, but remember, don't focus too much on your career at this point. Find level balance. And when Saturn comes into Taurus, you will be able to start to flourish in whatever things that you've started to build business-wise, enterprise-wise, ever since Pluto entered your second house. Now, when Saturn is with Uranus in the south node in the sixth house in 2030, this will be a period where it's in your sixth house. You're going to really have a period. Uranus will have been in Gemini since about 2025, 2026. So in this period, 2030, you're going to be moving through and experiencing what Saturn's going to crystallize what Uranus has been doing in Gemini. This is the trine to the second house in Pluto. This will be an important period with regards to the Earth triad, right? So this will be a time where you should be careful about debt. But I will say, Capricorn likes Gemini. Capricorn likes Virgo. This might actually be a period where you find genius ways of helping to deal with your debt. Keep that in mind. This is one sign where this will be okay and good. Ultimately, what you want to do is find ways of relieving debt and be kind of conservative, but also find cool, interesting, risky things. But what you want to do is tune yourself to the tone of the North Node in your 12th house. You want to find ways of dealing with your debt that is good enough. Don't get too materialistic, because there'll be a 12th house trip that happens where you will desire to really rest at this period and to develop on 12th house spirituality, past life connections, and you'll piss it all away getting greedy with the South Node and all these planets in the 6th house. Keep in mind at this time that it would be good for you to develop on internal peace. And to whatever happens with your debt, consider it as something that's going to help you get to a state of peace by not having to deal with debts anymore, or as much. Now, for Capricorns, there will be an important period for all of us, really, when Saturn and the North Node come conjunct in Leo. This will be your 8th house. This will be the period where you've been dealing with the 2nd house, and now you are finally coming to a place where you can kind of let it go and start to develop on what this whole period has meant to you. And this really will be an opportunistic time. You will have been conservative because Pluto, being in the 2nd house, is more of a conservative house. You've been playing it cool, and Capricorn really will be playing this whole period cool. When Saturn, your rising sign, comes into Leo in your 8th house, this will be an opportunity for you to finally say, I'm done helping the community build the well. The well is built. Now I can start thinking about how I can build on my own farm, my own rice fields. And I'm going to get my family or whatever to find ways of dipping their bowls and their urns into filling our family urns with the well water of the community that's been done through you and through all of us while Saturn moves through Aries, essentially. And you're going to find ways of taking all of this and making it meaningful to you. This will be a period where after, especially the relief of Saturn coming into Taurus, you can finally start thinking about what does it all mean to me? What does it all mean to my family? What does it all mean to my legacy, my lion's pride? So this will be a very important time for everybody, for Capricorns here, in terms of finally turning things around to channeling everything that you've been through to your own personal needs in your career and your desires. And of course, Saturn here is in the 8th house. When it gets to the 9th house, it's going to have a little bit of sorry, I'm having a brain fart, but I know where I'm at. When Saturn gets to the 9th house of Virgo, it's going to be dealing with its role in family and career and life. And Saturn is inching towards the 10th house at this point. So this really will be the breaking point where you've done enough for the world, and you'll be doing things for community and for bigger groups at this time. But once Saturn comes into Virgo, it's now time for you, Capricorn, to deal with what it all means for you. What has this whole period meant for your soul, and how can it help you to develop ultimately the ambitions and career that you truly want for yourself, where you're not subordinate, you have your own dignity. Of course, keep in mind that Pluto's still going to be in Aquarius. You're always, while Pluto's in Aquarius, there will be a theme on developing your own egalitarian equilibrium of your enterprises in a conservative way. But that period that I've described will be finally the place where you can have a bit of relief and be less conservative about what this whole period has meant to you. Really, the biggest relief is going to come in 2028 when Saturn comes into Taurus. Keep very much in mind of being conservative with your sexual chakras and connecting in important emotional ways that have more meaning to you from 2023 to 2028 when Saturn is vulnerable, being conjunct Neptune in Pisces and Aries. Woo! That's it. That's enough for Capricorn. Fuck, that was a long one. But it needed to be long. Our Capricorn friends are going through a lot. Everybody pay attention to your Capricorn friends. Because things are eventually going to turn around for Capricorn. And later on, you know, if you've got Capricorn friends, Capricorns I think have got a lot of opportunity to sail because Pluto's south node is in Capricorn. The south node isn't always bad things. It just means an intense emphasis of something. And Capricorns are going through a lot of lead and heavy metals spewing through them. But after the purge period of Pluto going through Capricorn, and then the purge period of Pluto and Aquarius with Saturn moving through Aquarius, then Pisces, then Aries, that's an ugly point. Capricorns are going to start to really ramp up and gain probably a lot of good business dignity and are going to be, once again, as they usually typically are, the big bankers, the big important players in the world once Saturn moves into Leo in 2035. And if we do good for them, they will remember. It's just me being silly. So thank you. I'm glad this has been good for you. Genie vibes. Susie Underwood. I'm glad that your loved one. I hope your loved ones who are Cap Rising have something to look forward to. So Irene has asked, Dustin, people argue about whole sign house system. It is not accurate to me. What do you think? What I will say, Irene, I think, Irene, there should be a way where you can do a super thank you. And that can, I guess you've got to do it through YouTube. And that when you give me a super thank you, it gives me $10 or whatever. But I thank you for mentioning that I should get a Cash App or something so I can get tips for this stuff. Maybe I'll figure that out at some point. I would say about the whole signs versus the house cusps. I've made a video about it, but I'm probably going to make another video about it at some point. But essentially, I use house cusps as well as the whole sign system. How it works for me is like so. Let's just take a look at Capricorn Rising, or Scorpio Rising here, okay? We have the whole sign system. Scorpio rules the first house, Aquarius rules the fourth house, Pisces rules the fifth house. And this is the Vedic whole sign house lord system. Saturn always is the dispositor of Aquarius, which means anything that falls into Aquarius is being channeled by Saturn. As well, it's Saturn always carries the reality of the fourth house for Scorpio. But the fourth house can fall into Capricorn. Well, let's say the fourth house falls into Pisces for Scorpio Rising. The IC is in Pisces and the MC is in Virgo. That means that the fourth house cusp and all realities of the fourth house relating to real physical world things. Not so much how you think about it, but what happens to you. You know, if you've got the 4th house cusp in Pisces and Pluto enters Pisces, you might move your home. But while Pluto is moving through Aquarius, that's the 4th sign from Scorpio, you will be thinking differently about home. If you have any planets in Aquarius, they're going to be interacting with what you think about home. But if you have the 4th house cusp in Pisces and you have Mars conjunct the 4th cusp in Pisces, Mars is going to significantly alter your actual physical home, even though it's in the 5th sign. Does that make sense in the way that I've kind of described it? I mean, this, you know, we could describe that a lot. But this is essentially, the house cusps are almost like another planet that fall into the whole sign system. This is the Bhavachalita version of house cusps falling into the whole sign system. I hope that that gives you a bit of clarity, Irene. So there'd be a lot to describe there, Irene, and I know you've responded kinda as your answer to whether that's helped you. Thank you for letting me know. I can't spend too much time on it because we've still got 2 signs to go, and I'm already I'm not faded yet, but I can only spend 5 hours on one video talking intensely like I would like to. So Irene, my friend, thank you for letting me know that this is something of concern to you. I have been thinking about doing a video describing the difference between houses, whole sign versus house cusps as something that falls into, as being separate from and falling into the whole signs. So, so I'll be talking about that soon, Irene, but thank you for the suggestion. And thank you, Porter, for mentioning the Cash App thing. I think that I was under the impression that there is a way for people. You'll notice in your little chat thing here, folks, that there's a little money thing. And you can show support for me by doing a super chat. And when you do that, it will give you an opportunity to send a tip. So if anybody feels like doing that, you would just have to have money attached to your YouTube, I guess, which is its own thing. So maybe I will do the Cash App thing at some point so that people can do that. But what I'm going to do for now is I'm going to put in my paypal.me/Dustin Cormier so that anybody who's interested can go to that link. I've got it on my description as well. And then you can send me a tip there. And all tips are appreciated but not expected. I don't usually vocalize that stuff. I try not to. But I think at some point it will be good for me to just start doing that. Lord knows I could use it. Well, I hope that was good for everybody's Capricorn Rising reading. This chocolate's getting me through right now. Next up, of course, is Aquarius Rising. And because Capricorn was so long, I think I am just going to go to the bathroom quick. And then Aquarius and Pisces, I'll just probably punch out in one bladderful. Scorpio. I gotta pee when I gotta pee. So I'm going to go to the bathroom for a moment, folks. We're going to come right back. And then we're going to check out Aquarius Rising and what Pluto coming into Aquarius means for Aquarius Rising. I shall be right back. Thanks for your time. Oh yeah, I was gonna wear this thing. Let's see. Yeah, what the heck. This would have been a good little amulet for Capricorn. But, oh, not if I break it. Ah, this thing always breaks. How's it going, folks? I'm going to see if I can connect this thing. If I can't, then I'm just going to say screw it. Yeah. How's it going, folks? I hope you guys have been enjoying hanging out with me so far. We have a little bit more to go. We've got 2 signs left, and these 2 signs have got lots happening with the coming periods. So what we have next is Aquarius Rising. What does it mean for Aquarius Rising that Pluto will be visiting the sign of Aquarius? Check, marker, action. This is our next sign, and we're officially just getting into it now. So, of course, as everybody will know, let me just prepare our next slideshow here. Aquarius Rising has, of course, had Pluto hanging out in the 12th house of Capricorn. And now Pluto will be coming into the 1st house. And there is going to be a lot going on for this sign while Pluto is moving through Aquarius. Of course, really, Capricorn Rising was an important planet to talk about. Now, an important rising sign to talk about. Now that we're talking about Aquarius Rising, this is, of course, a very important transit for you. Right? We're probably going to talk about you for a long time here in this reading too, because you are the star that is going to have Pluto coming through your 1st house. It's not going to be as tough as it was for Capricorns. They got their own reasons for it. It has to do with Pluto's south node. Now, I will say that Capricorn, Pluto having moved through Capricorn was tough for you, Aquarius. Now you're probably going to find a little bit of relief, but not completely. This period, you've got Pluto in your 1st house. It's a cardinal house. It's ultimately going to be tough. And this is tough for Aquarius because Capricorn still has what's called Pluto's south node in Capricorn. That's your 12th house. And Pluto is in Aquarius in your 1st house. So Aquariuses probably are going to feel it like they just came out of the oven and onto the stove. What's that old phrase? Out of the frying pan into the oven. So there is pressure to be had for Aquariuses here, but it's not built in a way to necessarily cripple you, for sure. You might go through a real wipe of all things that you thought you could stand on, but when the paint becomes wet, you have the opportunity to paint a new picture that will be a little bit more glorified than what came through it. You're going to be much happier after Pluto comes through Aquarius, and this will be a period of intensity which will allow you to experience intense self-realization and glorification through the pressure on yourself and your identity that's going to happen while Pluto is in Aquarius. So let's first unfold a little bit of what we talk about with what happened with you while Pluto was in the sign of Capricorn. This is going to take a bit of digesting, okay? Really, one of the biggest things I could give to Aquarius in this video is helping you reckon with what just happened. I'm sure you probably are feeling what I'm talking about. You might have gone through some very deep spiritual difficulties while Pluto was in Capricorn in your 12th house. Now, this is obvious to everyone looking at it because Pluto has been moving through your 12th house. It relates very deeply to past lives, and what we're going to talk about is that past lives are a very important thing for Aquarius. For a second there, I thought I lost my paper. I was freaking out there. Past lives are a very important theme to Aquarius. Now, I wonder if anybody can guess why. You don't have to guess. I'm just going to basically throw it at you. But I like to, take a moment to think what the connection is to past lives in the 12th house. That's my clue. What connection is there to past lives in the 12th house for Aquarius rising? The connection is Aquarius rising is ruled by the dispositor Saturn. Saturn also rules Capricorn. So what we have with Aquarius is always shown to have a little bit of difficulty in Vedic astrology because this is part of their thing. Pisces also has a similar difficulty. What it is that there is a tying, but Aquarius has this tie of their past lives to their identity. This is one of the reasons why Aquarians are so mystical, is because whatever's going on with Saturn, they reckon with all of their past lives, wherever Saturn's transiting, wherever Saturn is in their natal chart, and any planet transits their Saturn, there will be a confrontation of all of their past lives through whatever's happening with Saturn as relates to this life's immediate incarnate physical world and identity. Because the same planet that rules the rising sign also rules the 12th house. And this is, of course, for a better or worse thing. Because if you have a strong Saturn, that means that, again, like I've said with other signs, every sign has vulnerable spots. And really, the 12th house is a vulnerable spot for everybody. So even though the first house is ruled by Saturn, Aquarius is an air sign, which means all earth and air signs are going to be conducive to goodness, auspiciousness, and harmony. Capricorn is essentially a friendly sign in an unfriendly house for Aquarius. This, as the electricians say, you're painting the black wire white. You are painting a bad house good, but it still has difficulty. And of course, we all know what it is with the 12th house. Material difficulty is conducive to spiritual growth and endurance. And this is why Aquarians can tend to have a difficult time early in life. But as life goes on, they accept loss, they accept the difficulties of being a material person in the material world, and things tend to get easier. It's also because they're ruled by Saturn. Capricorn and Aquarius, both being ruled by Saturn, tend to have things much easier for them later in life. So, let's first talk about one of the key things that we have to understand with Aquarius rising right now, and during the period that Pluto transited Capricorn. First thing that needs to be said is I've mentioned this, and I'm going to be talking about it more as time goes on. My friend Timothy Halloran from Rasa Leela Healing really clued me into something. He's a brilliant astrologer and philosopher in his own way. he tipped me off on the fact that in evolutionary astrology, it is widely regarded and considered that all the planets have nodes, not just the moon. The moon's got its nodes that we all know, the lunar nodes, right? Rahu and Ketu. We can all see it. We've seen it in our charts. Even the Western astrology chart shows that little arch. That's the north node. But the moon isn't the only node. The moon isn't the only planet with nodes. The nodes have to do with the relationship of the planet to the sun and the earth. So Mars has a node. Venus, Mercury, they all have nodes. And it's very important to reckon with these nodes, just like it's important to reckon with the moon's nodes. Now, this is a whole world of astrology that can get hairy and crazy in its own way. Now, the important one that evolutionary astrologers talk about is the nodes of Pluto, because Pluto represents a soul root for all of us. I'm really an evolutionary astrologer who practices tropical Vedic astrology. I've always been into evolutionary astrology, and the evolutionary astrologers know that there is an evolutionary narrative happening with regards to Capricorn for the whole planet ever since 500 AD. Because since in 500 AD, Pluto's south node moved into Capricorn, and it takes 2,000 years for it to move to another sign. In 2500, the south node of Pluto will be in Aquarius, because it takes that long. Some people say that the age of Aquarius is actually correlated to Pluto's south node moving from Capricorn to Aquarius. The moon is the only node that goes backwards. The rest of the planet's nodes move forwards. It has to do with the fact that the moon is revolving around the Earth, whereas all the other planets are revolving around the sun. So when Pluto's south node is in a sign for 2,000 years, the south node relates with a root. It relates with there being essentially too much. It's like there's a pressure of too muchness put on that sign, and we have to try and bring out the north node while pressure is being placed on the south node. It's the classic Rahu Ketu stuff. Wherever your south node is, it's where you have your roots. You have to try to act on the nodes without throwing the baby out with the bathwater. You want to bring out the north node, but you can't completely abandon your south node because that's a root of who you are. Classic nodal stuff. Now it's the same thing when the whole planet goes through a collective evolutionary narrative of the south node in a sign. We have to abide by the south node in Capricorn while also trying to remember and bring out the north node in Cancer. In fact, anything we do emotionally at this time is going to have a richness to it. It's going to have a beautifulness because it's not the easy thing in our patriarchal world, right? Dang. Thank you, Irene. Irene tried to give me a little super thank you. No worries, Irene. I deeply appreciate it, and don't stress about it. I'm doing this for the fun of it. So Pluto's south node being in Capricorn for 2,000 years shows that anyone with anything in Capricorn is going to be entangled in the collective evolutionary narrative of the patriarchy. We're in a world where we're under economic tension. Capitalism is the ruling thing, and really there's always a fluctuation of capitalism to socialism with the Bolsheviks and the communists. Communist China and Russia are doing their own thing, and there's tension between these different ways of dealing with the world, and the whole world is feeling the pressure of the financial root chakra. And this is because Pluto's south node has been in Capricorn all this time. And this is going to run through also with lessons for the individual. So wherever Capricorn is in anybody's chart is going through a lot of pressure. When Pluto moves through its own south node, there is deep, intense pressure for everybody. So that means Pluto going through Capricorn, where its south node is, Pluto itself, you know, it doesn't take 2,000 years to go through a sign. So Pluto has been going through Capricorn since 2008. It's going to have strong emphasis of wiping and obliterating and really moving the infrastructures of the world. Check out my Pluto and Aquarius videos, as well as my epic planetary shifts videos for more on what has happened every time Pluto moved through Capricorn. Now, for Aquarius, let's get back to Aquarius, because what I want to say is that there's going to be a relief now that Pluto is moved into Aquarius, because now it's not on the intense south node position. It's not on its own south node in Capricorn. So what this means is that we have to reckon with the experience that each sign has had while Pluto has been moving through Capricorn. It's a strong emphasis. And for Aquarius people, it's a strong emphasis on a vulnerable house, which is the 12th house. Now, if you have a strong Saturn, what this might mean is that you have probably been experiencing difficult things related to your past lives ever since 2008. This is shown by Pluto being in Capricorn, but it's doubly emphasized because of everything I've just said. Now, let's just deal with it as it is. What does it mean that Pluto has been going through your 12th house? Well, we have to consider that Capricorn and Aquarius rule the root chakra. Your rising sign is the arbiter of the root chakra, and so is your 12th house. Your 12th house is steeped in the root chakra, which means for Aquarius, all things that resonate with the root chakra is going to have interactions with their past lives. So, again, how this went for you, even though there's this difficulty, it's been difficult for all Aquariuses no matter what. But if you have a well-placed Saturn, this difficulty has brought great redemption for you and a feeling likely that you've tapped into a whole bunch of old venom and gunk in your past lives that you have now spit up in an almost ayahuasca-like purge. That's what this period has probably been for you. And there's probably a lot of Aquarius risings that were doing ayahuasca from 2008 till about now, 2022. So, while Pluto has been in your 12th house, the self-effort, that's Capricorn, of your root chakra was tested and it always has immediate relevance to your past lives as an Aquarius. A conversational dialogue of present life needs versus past life holding patterns has been occurring since 2008. You have been subordinate to power structures that are both real and imagined. This is the thing that Aquariuses have probably been through, is that we've all been subordinate to infrastructures of being in companies, working for a boss. This is what we've all been doing while Pluto's been in Capricorn. You've either been subordinate to a boss or, even our boss has a boss. There's always a higher guy, so even the people who are the top platoons, who are at the very top of the world of capitalism, are still dealing with the boss that is the fluctuating market of capitalism. And even those people have had some struggles while Pluto's been in Capricorn. Everybody has had to deal with being subordinate to the system. And Aquariuses have been feeling the very strange dialogue of past life and present life conversation, where you've been subordinate to the system, but you have past lives that feel like it's almost like you take it personally that you've been subordinate to a system that has no personality. The system has no personality, but Aquariuses have been experiencing past life subordination to what feels like systemic things. And a lot of Aquariuses have probably even experienced things that are systemic in the economical system, like classism, racism, and the whole gender experience that a lot of people are going through. A lot of Aquariuses are probably correlating with this because we've all been so many races and so many genders in our past lives that Aquarius people have probably, even if you're somebody who has not had anything that would be, you know, you could be somebody with privilege, you could be somebody with money, and you might have even felt throughout the whole period of Capricorn that even your race and your money as someone who has privilege has still felt guilt and still been, you know, reflecting on the lack of privilege that everybody else is feeling at this time. So this is what everybody, all Aquarius risings have been dealing with, is feeling put out and taking it personally that there's something inside their past lives that has caused them to feel subordinate to this system that doesn't care about them and is cold and has no personality. The thing is that ultimately, as an astrologer, I'm going to say that that was an illusion. Whatever, at least in terms of what's been prompted by your past lives. If you have real subordination, or if you have a lack of privilege because you're a race or you're a class or you're born in this part of this country, that is real, because that sure as hell exists in our time. But the past life continuum of emotional connection and taking it personally at the soul level is something that you can easily blow up, and you'll blow up even more if you have a weak Saturn. A strong Saturn comes into this life, and even if you've had these things in your past life, you say, whatever it is, here's the world that's in front of me. I'm going to deal with it objectively. I'm not going to take it personally. And I'm just going to accept reality for what it gives me, and I'm going to move through it, even feel the hot coals of feeling like I've been screwed around through karma, through fate, whatever, and I'm just going to do the work that's in front of me. I'm going to do it. I'm going to give it up to God. I'm going to give it up to divinity. I'm going to give it up to fate and just move with what I'm given. That's somebody who has a good Saturn. And if you have a good Saturn, the whole time Pluto's been moving through your 12th, you've probably still felt this pressure, this taking it personally, this soul connection to the concept of subordination. And you've gotten through it to the point where saying, you know what? All that feeling like I was under somebody's boot is going to give me appreciation when I finally do something in this material world that is going to allow me to balance, find equilibrium, to have my own enterprise, and to be somebody who has value to the world. Now I have people under me who are subordinate to me. Now, the Aquariuses in the world have to be careful not to get too power hungry. As we're going to talk about when Pluto comes into Aquarius, there's going to be this like reflexive bully syndrome. You know, the people who are bullies are people who have been bullied. And it's the bullies in the world who keep making more bullies. And I'm not saying you, Aquarius, are a bully, or that you know, what I'm saying is that there is a possibility for, having gone through all this subordination, once now Pluto comes into Aquarius, you're going to be having opportunities for power and equilibrium, because now Pluto is outside of, it's away from its south node. Pluto, while it was going through its south node in Capricorn, has caused a lot of our economic turmoil, the global pandemic. A lot of people have restarted and are screwed over because they had to go bankrupt. But now Pluto in Aquarius, everyone recognizes that. The world is kind of coming on its feet again. And Pluto and Aquarius people might have the intention to reflexively get back at the world for having me under your boot. And it's something that you have to be careful of, because that will come back to you if you take it that way. Especially while Neptune is in Aries in your third house. Aquariuses are very susceptible to a emasculating feeling of having been stepped on and now having the opportunity to show the world, to get back at everybody who was so mean to you, to all your cold, cruel bosses who, remember, were just doing their job. They were just being a part of the infrastructure that you're a part of. And it's also possible that you, because you have had Pluto in your sensitive 12th house, while Neptune was in Pisces in your second house, during this period, you imagined people being bosses to take it like a pride or a sick feeling that they're better than you, which even if that was a little bit there in them, they're just enjoying the fact that they were once subordinate and now they're a boss. You've been seeing them as being this boss, and they're happy that they're no longer a subordinate employee, and they're happy because they're moving up in life. You can't be jealous or upset that people are moving up in a corporate ladder. But the Aquariuses have had a vulnerable capacity to take it personally, as if the wry smile on your boss at being a leader is completely coming from you being a piece of shit. In past lives, I've always been under people's thumbs. All this stuff that can be very imagined while Aquarius had Pluto going through Capricorn. And now you have an opportunity to reflexively get back at the world, really examine yourself. And if you feel this kind of reflexive hatred for people on top, you are going to have to get on top of employees in a subordinate way. And you could easily commit the same sin that you thought that other person was, while in reality, it was imagined on your part. That other person wasn't actually sinning. They were just a part of a wheel of capitalist enterprise that they took no real personality in. Again, you have your life experience, but I just really want you to think about the possibility of this being a thing and be objective about it, because you won't get any good karma points and the universe won't serve you any abundance if you attach yourself to a motive of getting on top of other people because you've been sucked under other people's boots. The universe is going to smell that, and your employees are going to smell that. Fate is going to smell that, and it's not going to be a solid foundation for you, especially while Pluto is in Aquarius and the world is now leaning towards the more humanitarian dimensions of the chakras going up the spine, leading towards Cancer. The whole cancer culture thing, that's cancel culture thing, is going to chew people out who have become bullies. Even though that you might say, like, it's not my fault. I was put into this position because of the fate of being under these people's boots, of my past lives, whatever. If you abuse power, you will be fucked over in the coming time. That's how we want it. And I'm sure not all you Aquariuses are going to be on that. But, this is an important time for self-analysis and self-examination of such things. I also recommend, while Neptune is in Aries, for you to do a bit of therapy and to explore the boundaries of your self-conception. Because therapy is not as stigmatized as it once was. And everybody, I go to a therapist, everybody should, because there's nothing wrong with having that reflectiveness of a professional showing you all the bullshit that you've been holding on to that you don't need to hold on to. Get an astrologer. Even that is helpful for a bit of objectivity, right? But an astrologer, in my opinion, unless they're a trained therapist, is not the same as a trained therapist. Both are important. So, the self-effort of your root chakra has immediate relevance to your past lives, and a conversational dialogue of present life versus past life holding patterns has present life needs versus past life holding patterns. This has been the theme since 2008. So, now that you are released from feelings of subordination to power structures, both real and imagined, you now seek freedom and expansion in avenues that this life has to offer you. The confrontation really, while Pluto is in Aquarius, is with other people. and other people's egos. And this is going to be really the theme of Pluto and Aquarius, is now you finally have the opportunity to get into an appropriate subordination, being a cog in the wheel, being a pawn in the greater consciousness of a corporate entity that you're a part of, not taking that personally, and dealing with employees and dealing with fellow employees that are on the same level as you, because that's the Leo, the shared dignity, the capacity for you to contribute to the group through your individuality, because you're going to feel subordinate individually in this way. Everyone's laughing because Irene Mack said, astrology helped me way beyond therapy. Very cool. I like to be objective because both are good, but I agree. Astrology has a lot that therapy doesn't. So that's going to be a key theme for Aquariuses, is interacting with the Leo 7th house. And really, you are going to, in a lot of ways, be working on yourself up till the point that Saturn comes into Leo in 2035. We're going to talk about that in this video. Now, just to give this short thrift, Neptune is coming up from Pisces up to the solar plexus chakra of Aries. And the solar plexus chakra of Aries is your 3rd house. And there's a double resonance of the 3rd chakra with the 3rd house here. Because the 3rd house has a pushy Mars-like quality to it for everybody. This is what they say in Vedic astrology. It's got a pushiness. It's got a defining your boundaries of expansion. And Aquarius does this through the digging of Aries. So while Neptune is in the solar plexus chakra for everybody, it's Aries, and this is your 3rd house. This is a time of double pushiness and self-expansion. Pluto's limitlessness in the 1st house will surely go too far, while Neptune is here learning to carve its own limitless limits. It's looking to discover its limits by trying to move past them through the 3rd house. That's what the 3rd house is all about. Now, the key phrase that I've described for Aquarius in this period is that a slap on your ego's wrist will ultimately bring soul alignment, humbleness, and power. I think Aquarians will be experiencing a slap on the ego's wrist, because there will be a playfulness of the ego in this period. And you should be, if you have a strong, humble, dignified Mars, then you won't be afraid to explore your ego's horizons, because Mars rules the 3rd house as well as the 10th house for Aquarius. And Aquarius doesn't actually typically like Mars. Aquarius has a much better relationship with its 4th house, Taurus, the earthy Taurus, than it does with its 10th house, which is ruled by Mars. That's Scorpio. While Neptune is in Aries, it's going to interact with the 10th house, and it's going to be a period of discovering how you can find your personal limits when it comes to your ego. And this isn't necessarily a bad thing. This isn't to say to all Aquariuses that you should just don't be a dick, because you're not necessarily a dick. Aquariuses, what they need to do is be open and objective about the needs of the solar plexus chakra and the Aries in all of us to have self-dignity, to have equanimity, to not feel like a loser, and to fight for your right for whatever right you gotta fight for. Like Rosa Parks, don't let that spot on the bus be taken by some white asshole who feels the privilege that a poor old black lady can't sit in the front of the bus. She just took it. Said, you know what, I deserve to be here. That's an example of an Aquarian 3rd house being put to best effect. Everyone around here thought, geez, lady, why are you being such a dick? She was not being a dick there. She was rightly standing up for a right that was properly hers. This is the theme for Aquarius in this period. And what I will say is that you need to find a balance here, because there will be inclinations to be too much. Because of the way this is set up, first house and third house is a very pushy signature. But there will also be signatures where you need to do the Rosa Parks thing. Find the balance there, folks. That's all I'm saying. And what I'm ultimately, be careful here at some level. Because if you have a weak Saturn and a weak Mars especially, you might look for insubordinate ways of, uncivil ways of demanding this feeling of dignity that could run you into trouble. Because what I've said here is that a slap on your ego's wrist will ultimately bring soul alignment and appropriate sense of subordinateness and leadership in the collective. If you've got a weak Mars and a weak Saturn, that might be more than just a slap on the wrist. So just keep that in mind for Aquariuses in this period. So, now Aquarius Rising has had Pluto in the 12th, and now Pluto is in Aquarius, still in the root chakra. And this is really, your root chakra is tied in to your 12th and first house, your identity. You're going to really identify with what goes on at the root chakra. So material world things, the job that you have, the position that you have in life are all going to be important to your sense of dignity. And Pluto is going to do two things. It's going to encourage you to have a sense of dignity beyond your status and your money and all these things. But it's also going to give you a healthy sense that this is part of the natural ego of Aquarius that can be balanced in a positive way. One of the reasons that Aquariuses get sane when they do get sane and get balanced, because they go past their Saturn maturation and they develop on some kind of station in life that is stable and solid and has dignity about it. And that's not that unhealthy for Aquarius. It just needs to be balanced. It needs to be objective and not made into some personal thing that you've gotten on top of the world. Anyway, we've said enough about that, but you see what I mean. This is a key theme for Aquarians. And this is going to be a theme while Saturn moves through. Now, this whole time, we've been talking about Saturn. We've been talking about Pluto and Aquarius with Neptune and Aries. Now we're going to talk about what it's like when Saturn moves from Aquarius all the way to Leo, from 2023 all the way to 2035. And this is important because Saturn is the dispositor of Aquarius and Capricorn. We all know that Uranus is considered a sub-ruler of Aquarius, but anciently, Saturn was the primary main ruler and dispositor and channel for Capricorn and Aquarius. So Saturn, where it is in your natal chart, is going to say a lot about how you deal with Pluto and Aquarius. And more importantly to this reading, Saturn by transit is going to be a big player in the whole world feeling out and digesting and moving through Pluto and Aquarius. But it's especially going to be so for your first house. Wherever Saturn is by transit, that's going to be where you confront Pluto and Aquarius. So, let's look at what's going to happen when Saturn starts moving through. So, in March 2023, Saturn is going to join with Neptune in Pisces. It's not going to be conjunct until about 2026. But even the Vedic people say that a conjunction in the Vedic world is essentially being in the same sign. So Saturn, the paint is going to be wet with regard to Saturn as it moves through Pisces. This means that the paint is wet in terms of your understanding and your relationship with your 12th house and your first house. Really, this is going to be a period between 2023 and 2028. 2028 is going to be a relief. Still going to be a bit tricky for you because it's Saturn on a cardinal angle of your family. But this is going to be a huge relief for you, Aquarius, in 2028 when Saturn enters Taurus. Before that, Saturn is in a very close proximity to your first house cusp. It's really a personal place, the second house and the third house. So while Neptune is still with Saturn in Pisces, there's going to be a pressure on Aquarius to build on the second house, to build on your sense of erotic psyche, and to build on the pressure of Pluto to build your identity through your people that you connect with and through your finances, and through this earthy second house. And because Pluto's neutral to Pisces, or Pisces is neutral to Pluto. Oh my gosh, I'm sorry. Talking too fast. Saturn is in a neutral sign when it's in Pisces, because the ruler of Pisces is Jupiter, and Jupiter is neutral to Saturn. So Saturn isn't really damaged in Pisces. Saturn is much more damaged when it's debilitated in Aries, in the sign of its enemy, Mars. So this is going to be a very vulnerable period for everybody. For Aquarius, when Saturn is with Neptune in Pisces, it's not that hugely terrible of a place. And this will be a time really where Aquarians are going to be bursting out of the gate of really, once Pluto comes into Aquarius, it's going to be relief from Capricorn of this whole past life subordination, feeling like a piece of shit. I've always been a piece of shit in my past lives. Pluto, like you haven't been, by the way. You might just think that way because Pluto has been in your 12th house in Capricorn with the south node of Pluto there, right? As I've said, now Pluto is in Aquarius. You're starting this new narrative where you're not a piece of shit and you're using this life, this world to come back. Now, when Saturn comes into Pisces with Neptune, there's going to be a tension and a desire to grip some kind of wealth, some kind of institution, something to do with your erotic psyche. And this might even mean a desire to connect in relationships, in sexual relationships, or in friendly relationships with people who can help to stabilize you and to make you feel stable so that you can really stabilize your finances. You might even be living with somebody who's kind of a mom or a caretaker for you. And if you get involved sexually with this kind of thing, you should be very careful, because when Saturn comes with Neptune in the third house in Aries, it's going to hit you with a feeling of like you're being used or you're using the other person. You have to be very careful with the connections that you make romantically and emotionally at this time. I've been recommending to every sign, be a little bit conservative about your sexual chakra at this time, but ultimately this should be not conservative about it, but be conscious and discerning with the people that you connect with through your sexual chakra at this time. Because you are essentially going to have this desire to become in the feeling of who you've always wanted to be. Your finances and everything will be a little bit released from the rigid 12th house consciousness, 12th house Pluto vibe that was going on. You're going to have a little bit more freedom. The 12th house is like a prison, it's often said in Vedic astrology. So you're going to be like someone breaking out of jail once Pluto's in Aquarius. And when Saturn is in Pisces with Neptune, there's going to be a Svadhisthana chakra. Pisces is the second chakra, right? We've kind of already conveyed. Pisces is the second Svadhisthana chakra. You're going to be breaking out of jail to connect with people, and you might bite off more than you can chew, making romantic and emotional connections that don't actually serve you. So be aware at this time that you shouldn't necessarily, don't neglect your emotional connections completely, but be careful of how you might be subconsciously using people in order to balance yourself, balance your finances, balance your emotions. You should be finding emotional balance from within yourself and enjoying the people who are connecting with you at this time. Now, when Saturn is in Aries in your third house, of course, this happens every time. All Aquariuses have to deal with their rising sign lord, Saturn, being debilitated in Aries in the third house. This is what always happens for all Aquariuses when Saturn moves through the third house. The difference is that the whole world will be in a little bit of an economical difficulty because Pluto is pressuring the root chakra of the planet. So there's going to be some economical difficulty and turmoil. The paint will be wet for the infrastructures of economy on the whole. And when Saturn is the dispositor of all things root chakra, and it's debilitated in Aries, there will be economic flux. This will be a time for Aquarius to really start finding out the limits of how you can expand your empire in a lot of ways, because this is Saturn moving through your third house. You are going to be finding opportunities for things that are very, opportunistic and even clever and strategical, using the people in the world around you to expand what business opportunities that you can take advantage of in this time of possible crisis. As I've been saying a lot in this thing, in this whole series, the same word in Chinese for crisis is opportunity. Never waste a good crisis, as it has been said before. This might be a period where Aquarius really is finding personal expansion through the deficits of economy that are happening in the world around them. And it's leading ultimately to the fourth house, which means that this will be a period where you will be wanting to balance individual needs with those around you. And you can take a little bit of an advantage of the difficulty that's happening in humanity at this time by helping humanity to build the well. This is the Pluto in Aquarius means humanity is building a well. There's going to be socialistic efforts. There's going to be ecological efforts to help clean the planet, help clean the oceans. And you will find that you'll be very subordinate to whatever the world is doing at this time. You'll be subordinate to the system once again in this period. And your past life thing that you were experiencing while Pluto was going through Capricorn, it's not going to be as strong now because now Pluto's, thank God, out of Capricorn. But you're going to be feeling reverberations of what happened from 2008 to 2022 in this period in particular, February 2026 to April 2028. So be careful the romantic relationships you get into and be wary of them, because it's going to be much easier to deal and to attract relationships that actually mean something to you when Saturn comes into Taurus in April of 2028. Even in business, be careful of business connections that you make here. Be a little bit conservative with the opportunism that you'll feel like you want to be moving through. Be careful of get-rich-quick schemes. Because Aquarius, by the way, Aquarius does much better in terms of business, in terms of what it can do, because it makes friends with its business partners and it connects itself to a network as the natural networking sign. And it connects with people here in a way where it becomes friends, shakes hands with people in big places and possible networks. And these people will be more aligned with who you are at your root, at your soul level. The people you connect with from 2023 to 2028 are going to be a little bit more, there's going to be a pressure on you to do get rich quickie kind of pyramid scheme type stuff just to balance yourself out. You should really just be humble, be earnest, work some kind of job, be willing to be subordinate. Don't take it personally as if this is something you did in your 12th house that you should feel guilty for. Just accept that the whole world's going to be suffering, has nothing to do with you personally, and Be patient until April of 2028. When Saturn comes into Taurus, the whole world is going to feel the relief of Saturn not being in the same sign as Neptune and not being debilitated. And this will be a time when you, Aquarius, as an air sign person, where Saturn is ruling your rising sign. Just be conservative while Saturn is in this difficulty, and it will be relieved in 2028. This is when you can start finally building on who you want to be, finally actually taking advantage in a real proper way of the things that are happening in the world around you. Now, Saturn, when it's in your 5th house of Gemini, this is going to be a positive period for you where you can bring ultimately gains for yourself through skills that you find are necessities in the world, while the South Node and Uranus is with Saturn in Gemini from 2030 to 2032. This is going to be a significant period. This is going to teach you a lot about relationships, and the relationships you build while Saturn's in Taurus in the 4th are going to be conducive to really spinning the wheel of fun networking connections, working with other people, being a business person. And you'll find that big business is connected in a playful way for Aquarius. You're going to find that you can playfully experience opportunities that are happening in the world that could be big business opportunities. There's big opportunism that can happen here. And what you want, since this is your 5th house, you are probably the luckiest person in terms of what's happening here. Aquariuses at this time will find that they are playful with their finances, with stuff like Bitcoin, and with the changing of the banks and of the monetary things and technology that's going to be happening at this time. You are going to be able to take strong advantage of whatever technologies are emerging when Saturn visits Uranus in Gemini in a playful way. And this playful thing will ultimately be simultaneously conducive to your own future goals, prosperity, investments for the future down the line. This really, I've been saying most people should be kind of conservative here because the South Node will blow it out of proportion. But this is your 5th house. So for Aquarius, once you gain stability in 2028, you'll be able to frig around and have some fun playing with positive financial new opportunities that the world is birthing at this time. You know, Bitcoin is the best example I could give of this, where a lot of people made a lot of money off of Bitcoin if you're careful, if you have a strong Mercury and a strong Saturn. If you don't have a strong Mercury, you should be careful in this time because you'll be playful and you can piss away a lot of money on things that aren't actually meaningful to you, especially because for Aquarius, the lucky 5th house is tied in with the opportunistic and rather unstable 8th house. Since it's all happening in the 5th at this period, be wary of this as a moment where you can take advantage in a positive way of technological opportunism in the economy through money, through finances, and etc. Finally, for Aquarius Rising, in January 2035 all the way to July 2037, this is around the time that Saturn and the North Node are going to be connected in the 7th house. This will be the time where you can finally develop a sense of the meaningfulness of heart chakra, of marriage, and of relationships for you in a way that's really meaningful to you. Really, you know, the whole time Saturn, if you have a relationship already, then Saturn in Taurus in the 4th will be a stabilizing time. Really, it's the second, while Saturn, it's March 2023 to April 2028, where your marriage is going to be kind of challenged. And you're really going to feel subordinate to what's happening in marriage. Essentially, your marriage partner is going to be kind of nurturing you and taking care of you. And there will be a relief in 2028 on that, where you can kind of get on your own feet. Now, really, what marriage really means for you, what your personal enjoyment is in life, This is all going to really flourish and come to the forefront finally for you, Aquarius, when Saturn comes into the 7th house of Leo in 2035. This will be the period where really you are connected. Aquarians, no matter what, like, you have to see yourself as being connected to the humanitarian things that are happening when Pluto is coming into Aquarius. You are connected to this phenomenon I'm always talking about. I guess I'll put it this way. This phenomenon I'm talking about with Aquarius being the onset of energy starting to move towards the higher chakras. You are somebody who needs to serve the collective in the work that you do in a rather dry way by serving the collective. And it's in 2035, if it all goes well, if you have a stable, earnest Saturn, and if you have especially if you've got a good sun, at this time, Saturn moving through Leo, Saturn doesn't like Leo. So this will technically still be a tough time where you need to fight in some ways to carve your soul's purpose in all the opportunities that you've been taking in the world of finances and global commerce and economy and enterprising and your sort of ambitions that relate to you connecting with others. Because really, it's ironic that for all this stuff has been happening through the bottom of your chart, you've been really connecting to family and to people, having wealth of the people underneath you. And that is, Aquarius has a better relationship again with the bottom of its chart than it does with the top of its chart. When Saturn is in 2035, when Saturn is in Leo in 2035, this will be a time when your soul is finally finding its personal individual purpose within everything that you've connected to all this time. And so when this happens, there will be a deep desire, especially because the North Node will be in Leo while Saturn is there. Especially watch out in August of these years, because there will be a confrontation of yourself with your own needs for more than just your ego. There's going to be a desire for your deepest soul's desire to connect, and other people will be prompting you to look beyond survival and safety in the way that you've always thought about it. There will be a way for you to glorify yourself for what you've been doing for others in order to do well economically for everybody during this whole period. This is going to be an important time because it's all almost like this, not really a grand cross, but these big important things happening on the axis of your first house and your 7th house. Look forward to that as a meaningful time where you can finally sculpt a little bit of your personal individuality. Mind you, Saturn's going to go forward after this. The North Node is going to dip down after this, and Pluto is going to still be continued to work in your first house. This is really a time where you finally reckon with dealing with people in the 7th house in a way that will allow you to glorify who you really are, so that you can feel like you are subordinate appropriately, but still having dignity. This is going to be the time where this finally comes to the forefront. And that's what you want to look forward to at this time. An important time for all of us, but for Aquariuses, that will be a significant time. I hope you guys enjoyed that. That was Aquarius Rising and what it's going to be like when Pluto moves through Aquarius for Aquarius Rising. Next up is Pisces. I'm just going to have one nibble on this chocolate. I got to stop eating this chocolate after this. I'm going to go make myself a tea. I'm going to eat some food. I'm going to go catch some Indian food. I've been drinking lots of masala chai tea lately. It's way better than coffee. Thank you, Susie. Susie's noted that that was an intense reading. I will agree. You know, really, my next big thing that I'm going to get into, evolutionary astrology is one, but also Kriya Yoga is something that I'm very, very interested in. And yoga of all sorts is Cancer. It's dealing with the internal soul psychodynamics of the eternal self that is moving through the needs of this present incarnation. Really, Leo is the eternal soul. Cancer is the Jivatman, which is what does this incarnation need in order to tap into those aspects of the eternal soul in Leo. So yoga and all these things are going to be very important in the coming world. I'm glad you guys are enjoying my little hat. I got it from my girlfriend. I'm glad you enjoyed that, Sandy, that reading for Aquarius Rising. Oh, I might read this last one with my sweater on because it's a bit chilly in here. Oh, man, I don't know where it is. Here we go. Here in Canada, it does often get awful chilly. Sandy's asking my rising sign. I bet you could probably guess. My rising sign is Leo Rising. Been a Leo all my life. I wouldn't want to change even if I could. I'm Leo Rising. I've got the sun in Scorpio. The sun is conjunct Mars and Pluto within 4 degrees of each other at 20 degrees of Scorpio. And I am Leo Rising. Very interesting, Robbie. Robbie Chowdhury has been hanging out with me and watching my videos for a long time. It's nice to have a fellow Vedic astrologer-minded person hanging out with me, as I'm sure many of you are. I like to be someone who goes through all these different cross-cultural ways of looking at astrology, kind of syncing them all together. I heard a phrase the other day that was I thought it was lovely. It was Robert Hand was discussing astrology with Stephen Forrest. And the first thing right off the bat that they say in the conversation, they're talking about the whole sign system versus the cusps. And Stephen Forrest asks, like, what's the big one to you? You know, like, what's more important? You know, a lot of people say that there's different levels of importance. Lots of people are cutting each other's heads off over it. And Robert Hand looked at him and said, I'm going to ask you this. What's more true, French or German? Neither are more true. There's different ways of describing the same thing. Although there's different layers of reality that can be conveyed in German, and there's different layers of reality that can be conveyed in French. Some languages, like I think it's German, some languages have like 7 different words for love, right? So love doesn't necessarily convey all there is to love. And that's why different languages can get different X-ray views of reality, just like different astrology traditions can get different X-ray visions of reality. But they're all looking at the same reality. except for the sidereal issue. That is the one that is a confusing thing. I'm not going to bash it here because there's no need to. So, welcome, ladies and gentlemen. I think it is time. I've had enough of a nice little break talking with you guys. Excuse me. We have one more sign to go, ladies and gentlemen. And this is it for me. My brain's going to turn to dust if I keep going. But I've done long videos like this. There was a time when I was doing 6-hour-long videos. I was doing it for the Sextrology series, and I made it for those, but I know that I have a limit. Now, ladies and gentlemen, and everything in between, the time has come for us to discuss our last sign. Action. Nice. A dance floor tragedy. Feel free to... I stole that analogy from Robert Hand. The whole French and German analogy. I stole it from Robert Hand, so of course you can feel free to steal from the thief. Now, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, the time has come to discuss Aquarius being visited by Pluto for Pisces Rising. This is our next, and this is our final visitation on our trip through all things Pluto and Aquarius by transit. I hope you guys have been enjoying this with me. And I thank you dearly for everybody who's been watching and hanging out with me this whole time. I think by doing that, I just messed with my color gradient in my video, but whatever. So, we are now talking about Pisces Rising. And of course, for Pisces Rising, Pluto is now coming into your 12th house. This is probably not going to be as intense as it was for Capricorn Rising or for Aquarius Rising. But Pluto being in your 12th house, it's not a cardinal house. You're really going to have a bit more of a crazy time when Pluto is in Pisces. The cardinal houses are really the ones that get dinged really bad by outer planet transits. Now, you have had Pisces, you've had Neptune in Pisces going through your first house for the last little while. And that's something significant to talk about. But this video is mostly catered to Pluto and Aquarius. Let's get into it. As usual, this is a live stream, folks. Feel free to ask any questions, make any comments as you feel fit. I'm just going to do a quick little schmandangle here. So, folks, what we have here is Pisces Rising. Pluto has been in your 11th house since 2008. Excuse me. Pluto was transiting your 11th house of Capricorn for a long time, since 2008. And Neptune has been in your first house, as that has been the case. Now, really, anybody who's looking at this will probably see the signature that I'm seeing. There's been a need in the part of Pisces for a sort of self-redemption. It's very clear for anybody who deals with these signs typically. Or really, what I'm trying to say is it's these planets being in a sextile in these particular houses the 11th house of gains, and then the first house of self-dignity, of self-expansion and capacity to expand the self. Neptune in particular is a spiritual toned ego altercation planet, an ego confrontation planet. So while Neptune has been in Pisces, there has probably been a confrontation with, really, Pisces has its rising sign, its face, its energy in the Svadhisthana chakra. Neptune has been here in Pisces in the second chakra, the Svadhisthana chakra. And this is an emotional realm. It's feeling as if Pisces needs to have a grip with some kind of, it's the receptive Svadhisthana chakra. It's the back of the Svadhisthana chakra. Sagittarius is the front. Pisces is the back of that sort of lumbar spine. And so this is a place in the chart where all Pisces risings consider it important to be well regarded socially and emotionally, and to have a healthy sense of regard with those ones that are around them. Part of the reason for this is because the root chakra is the 11th house and the 12th house. Pisces has the root chakra, Capricorn and Aquarius, in the 11th and 12th houses. Pisces does have a difficulty. And if you're watching this, maybe this is going to be later on in the future, I don't know, or whatever, but I'm doing a rising signs series. And you can find it on my channel where I'm doling out a video about the rising signs. They're usually about 3 hours each. And we go through what all the houses mean for each rising sign. So keep your eyes peeled for that. Pisces has a little bit of a difficult go because, as we know, the fire and water signs, like the other planets that rule the fire and water signs. I guess I'll just quickly give a little bit of a look at this. We see it that the Sun, Moon, Mars, and Jupiter rule the fire and water signs. We know that anciently, Pisces is ruled by Jupiter. Jupiter is the primary ruler of Pisces. And Jupiter also rules Sagittarius, fire and water. Mars rules Aries and Scorpio, fire and water. The Sun and Moon rule Leo and Cancer, respectively. It's fire and water. So this is one grouping. This is the spirit and inner soul realm. Whereas Venus, Mercury, and Saturn have to do with the air and earth signs. It's the outside. It's the people around us. It's the financial world. It's the infrastructures of global economy through Saturn. It's communication with others and objectivity about ourselves through Mercury. It's Venus. It's connecting, actually merging and bonding with others. So this is all people outside of us, and this is all the stuff within us. It's the fire and water signs. Pisces is in the world of within us, the mystical, internal, emotional side of Jupiter, the second chakra. So there's these friendship groupings here, and Saturn is not in the group of what Jupiter's in. Now, Saturn is not an enemy to Jupiter, and this is a relief for Pisces in a way, but ultimately, Saturn is considered an inauspicious house lord for Pisces rising. And, really, the 11th house is considered the most evil house in Vedic astrology. Of course, it's an evil that's a necessary good because it's the house of Dharma, ironically. This is how we speak of it. There's lots of things that seem contradictory, but it's just because of the dimensions of it. So the 11th house, the reason it's considered evil is because it can be egotistical for us to think about results of our actions. The Bhagavad Gita tells us we are not what's the word? Oh, my mind's drawing a blank. We do not have the results of our actions guaranteed to us. It is only, or the fruits of our actions. We only have our actions themselves. That's all that's debted to us. That's all that we can hope to ever expect for, is the action itself. The fruits of our actions we must let go of and give it up to God, or else you will be thinking of dinner while breakfast is in front of you, and you'll never feel satisfied, and you'll never have true spiritual wealth. So that's why the 11th house is something that is difficult for people, because the 11th house is involved with us thinking about our future, and we do still have to think about our future. We have to think about, the 11th house can bring great gains, especially if it's well placed. Now, the tricky part for Pisces is that their gains through the 11th house are often combined with the house of loss, because Saturn rules Aquarius. Saturn rules Capricorn and Aquarius. So the same planet that rules the 11th house of gains also rules the 12th house of loss. This is why Pisces always typically find themselves losing material prominence and stature and status. They work in the background in order that other people can basically kind of steal their glory. And the Pisces often finds themselves accepting and being happy that they never really intended to get glorified externally. They did it because of an internal resolve to feel good about what they do in their soul. If they have a well-placed Saturn, they will be highly regarded for never having asked for acknowledgement. In the future, people will know what they did, and they will be well taken care of. And they will have a rich spiritual life if they have a good Saturn, because they will get it's also switched. Usually what happens is if a Pisces has a bad Saturn, the 11th house is swallowed by the 12th. If you have a good Saturn, you will be humble. You won't expect any acknowledgement or accolades for what you do. And what happens then is the 12th house is absorbed into a gain, where the people recognize that they did these good things without ever having asked for it. And really there's an internal, it's like a pride that only Pisces can get for having done something without having asked for reward for it, and nobody really even seeing it. But there's a spiritual radiance comes from this that involves peace, and people love Pisces for this. So you'll hear more about that when I eventually do my Pisces Rising video. All this goes to say that Pluto, having been in Capricorn, has been a time of difficult. What we're looking at here is that Pluto is in the 11th and Neptune has been in the 1st. So this has been an important time. That's a kind of a tricky thing, because they have been looking for us. Pluto will bring out the feeling in Pisces that I do hope that I get some good out of the things that I'm surrendering and sacrificing to. A lot of Pisces, while Neptune has been in Pisces and Pluto's been in Capricorn, have probably just been in like ashrams or community service or things where they're serving people. And Pluto has probably been putting pressure on them in the feeling that you're never going to get anything out of this. You're never going to get accolades. In fact, you are doing this because you might be feeling, this is what you might be feeling, is that you have been a piece of shit in your past lives. This is not to say that you have. In fact, I would really caution Pisces in thinking that they have been a piece of shit in their past lives. Because really, if you have a bad Saturn, then maybe you have done some things in your past lives that you need to work out. You've been too greedy for certain results. Now you've been put into a life where Pluto has been in Capricorn for all this time. And as well, we've got to talk about Pluto's south node is in Capricorn right now. It's been there since 500 AD. It's going to be there until 2500 AD, which means that for Pisces, you've been pressured and put through the meat grinder of the feeling that you are subordinate to a system. And while you've been subordinate to this system, it is a necessary purging of the desire for results, the desire for an expected reality, the desire to be, it's almost like a feeling of privilege. I should feel privileged. Everything should be easy for me. If you have felt like this in past lives, Pluto in Capricorn, shoot, that's somebody at my job. I'm going to finish this and then I'm just going to text this person at my work. Pluto has made you feel insubordinate throughout this whole period because it's possible in past lives that you have emphasized wanting to have a certain position and wanting to have a certain space in your career. And while Pluto, this is what I'm trying to say, is that if you have a shitty Saturn for any reason, there's many reasons to have a bad Saturn. If you do, you've probably not felt internally like you are complete or you are whole unless I do something that will give me status and I'll prove to everybody that I'm amazing by doing something and sacrificing hard for something that's ultimately meaningless and may not even be ethical. If you've done this in past lives, you probably have been put into this life with Pluto's south node in Capricorn to relinquish your desire for that kind of glory, to relinquish your desire for that kind of repudiation. Now, if you have a good, if you've had a bad Saturn in this way, you've been learning you're going through the process of letting go, essentially letting go of the need to be regarded in this way. If you have a good Saturn, then you're being put under the same gun, but this is a positive expression that is ultimately going to give you good spiritual fruit, because you will be experiencing that you have been forced to deal with ego in a way that is humbling. And you're going to be very greatly humbled in this period, in this whole life, really, but especially in the period of Capricorn, Pluto and Capricorn, moving through the space that Pluto's south node is in. I should talk about that, and I'm going to talk about it in a moment. My friend Rabbi is helping me out here. Porter has asked, what is a good Saturn? Rabbi Chowdhury is on the chat giving a few ideas of what makes a difficult Saturn. And thank you, Rabbi. So something we have to speak to really quickly here is that this is something I'm going to be talking about in all my coming videos. I'm becoming what's called a tropical Vedic evolutionary astrologer. Evolutionary astrology is its own whole bag that I've always been interested in and wanting to get into. And evolutionary astrologers like Jeffrey Wolf Green have noted that all the planets have nodes, not just the moon. Everybody recognizes the lunar nodes, the moon, but not everybody realizes that the Pluto's, all the other outer planets, and this is Saturn, this is Jupiter, and even Mars, Venus, Mercury, these all have their own nodes as well. The nodes are created by the relationship of a planet to the Earth and the Sun. It's not actually a planet. It's a mathematical point that has to do with the planet, with the Sun and the Earth in its relationship to the revolution of that planet. I'm going to talk more about that in later videos, but it's very important for all these videos to say that Pluto's south node has been in Capricorn since 500 AD, and this has brought themes of patriarchy, themes of needing to be emotionally objective, and to kind of be stomped into the dust a little bit. We're all experiencing this right now in order to become enamored by the lesson of Capricorn and Saturn. While Pluto's south node is in Capricorn, when Pluto transits its own south node, big things happen on the planet. Huge shifts happen. I've talked about it in my other Pluto and Aquarius video. So anybody, wherever Capricorn is in your chart, is going to show big, important lessons. For Pisces, this means that your whole life is going to be contained with this lesson of needing to serve in a way where you're not thinking about the fruits of your actions. You're just thinking about doing good for others. And this is ultimately the process of being forced to reckon with letting go of your own glory. It's going to cause you to have exactly the right glory that you need to have. You might not even get huge accolades of glory in this life in the way that you want to. Some people have. I've recently found out that there's a musician, I think her name is Billie. She does those songs like, "'Cause I'm the bad guy, duh, boo-doo, boo-doo-doo-doo-doo, boo-doo." I can't think of her name. But she's a Pisces rising, and she got like kind of sick of the fame and celebrity that she got. And it was kind of like, a sort of like you got what more than you bargained for reality with whatever was happening with her Saturn in this life. This is the kind of thing that Pisces are dealing with. They're being forced to learn in this life what is their deepest soul desire as someone who would rather serve than be served. And what you have to consider really is that you as a Pisces are still a human. You still have your own needs, and you'd still deserve just as much as anybody else does to have glories for yourself. Really, Pluto in Capricorn for a lot of these Pisceses was going through this, like, pushing you through this purgation of the feeling that you're a piece of shit and that you've been a piece of shit in your past lives in order to find a healthy understanding of your ego in today's time so that you don't feel like Billie Eilish. Nailed it. Somebody got it. Veach. Billie Eilish is the girl that I was thinking of. Thank you, Veach. Billie Eilish got famous. She's a Pisces rising, and now she's dealing with the annoying parts of fame that she doesn't actually give a shit about. Many Pisces are going to be going through this, and they need to learn the lesson to still do what you have to do to get to move forward with your future, to do it without taking an ego bite out of it, and to not necessarily think that doing things for yourself is necessarily egoic. It's an important lesson for Pisces, and this is something that you've probably come to terms with while Pluto was moving through Capricorn, through your 11th house. You've learned to accept that you are allowed to move forward in your career, but also B, don't bite off more than you can chew in terms of seeking these kinds of accolades. And this has been especially a tough transit for Pisces because Neptune's been going through your first house. Mind you, if Jupiter is well placed in your chart, then this has probably been a great way of you helping to balance out what's been happening with Pluto. So you got two poles here. If you have a good Saturn and a good Jupiter, then you've probably flown through this with flying colors, and it's been probably still tough. Pluto and Capricorn's been tough on all of us because it's been visiting its south node. But this has given you a great understanding of how you can survive with very little, do very much with very little, and you've probably gotten some spiritual recognition or some feeling like you are happy doing what you're doing, regardless of needing any results for it. And that's a lucky, positive place to be. Now, if your Saturn and your Jupiter has been difficult, then this has been a very difficult placement for the Pisces rising. If your Jupiter is debilitated in the 11th house, that would be a really gross spot. But if your Jupiter has aspects to its enemies, Mercury and Venus, And if your Saturn is ill aspected in its own ways, or if either of these two are afflicted, this period has brought you some difficulty. And it's probably a relief that Pluto is moving into Aquarius in the 12th house, and then Neptune is moving into Aries in the 2nd. So however it has gone for you, it's either gotten great glory or great difficulty. But the theme of how it relates to your past lives is going to continue as Pluto moves into Aquarius in your 12th house. And this is the big theme that's been happening here for Pisces as well as Aquarius, is that the relationship of you to your past lives is going to be going through a purge right now. And the past lives is going to relate with guilt feelings because of that 11th house, if you understand it. You're going to be moving through a purgation of guilt. And this is an opportunity for you to do things in the world while the world is going through a lot of humanitarian crises, as we're going to kind of talk about. This is an opportunity for Pisces to reckon with how they relate to it in their past lives. And you might even have past life holding patterns that are going to be let go of in order to deal with the legitimate needs that you have in your present life in today's time. Because Pluto in Aquarius is moving towards Cancer, right? Now we see the chakras are going, Pluto is coming from Aquarius and moving finally up the spine, through the Sushumni in the spine, up towards Cancer. So this is a period where you're going to find that all this insubordination that you probably experienced with Pluto and Capricorn is now coming to a place where you are allowed to find balance. You don't have to be a slave anymore. You don't have to work hard for some other company that means nothing to you. You can start letting go of the excess of that and do things. Take the money and energy that you might have gained from whatever work you've done while Pluto is in Capricorn and sublimate it into things that you know are going to give you spiritual relief, including just having therapy. The 12th house is a sign, it's one of the water houses. This is a moment for you to be moving through personal therapy and using whatever money that you balance and find equilibrium with in the coming economical future to give yourself some healing in therapy for what you've been seeking to have therapy in throughout your past lives. Because Pluto in Capricorn has been a very deep embellishment into what's probably like corporate capitalist America or Europe or politics or whatever it is that you've been doing as a Pisces. It's involved you deeply in a way since 2008 in a way where you cannot let it go. Now you can let it go, and you can probably even be somebody who helps the world be led towards things that are worth letting go of. Pisces is going to be important in this day and age as somebody who's a leader in showing people how we can let go of the excesses of the age of Aquarius. And the age of Aquarius is something that's kind of coming. According to the evolutionary astrologers, it's going to happen in 2500 AD when Pluto's south node finally moves into Aquarius. We are moving towards that period, and we are still developing on it, which means Pisces is got Aquarius in the 12th house. And while Pluto is in Aquarius, there will be a deep need for Pisces to show everybody through example what is worth holding on to and what is worth letting go of, so you can have self-help, self-therapy, and a healed sense of self, while still, there might even be a bit of an isolation in this period. And the isolation is going to be a need for you to develop on your own root chakra in an emotional sense, and also as well to stabilize your financial situation, because that's also the root chakra ruled by Saturn as well. That's going to be the main theme for Pisces while Pluto is in Aquarius. Now, I just wanted to get that mouthful out of the way. We're still going here, Pisces. I just want to quickly text these people from my work because I've been texted just now. Got it. Somebody at my work couldn't do it, and unfortunately I can't be there because I'm doing even something later today. I'm just going to say that I could get there for... Yeah. Okay. Thanks for your patience, folks. Got to be able to rock and roll in today's time when craziness happens. So that's been the main theme of Pisces. Now, I haven't even looked at my notes yet. As usual, even for Pisces, this is going to be a long one. Oh well, rock and roll. With Pluto and Capricorn, the self-effort of your root chakra tested your healthy attunement to your ego's goals since 2008. Subordination to your own desires for personal glory has been a contemptuous dragon which you hopefully rode with spiritual discernment during this period. Infrastructures and organizations that you've been a part of may have tested your spiritual integrity. This has led to a renunciation of excessive desires for more spiritually satisfying ones in the present period. This is now, Pluto is coming into Aquarius, and this is now you're letting go of and renouncing excessive desires for more spiritually satisfying ones, especially when your boss comes along and says, like, hey, it would be really good for our company if you decided to take on another 10 years of being under our thumb and really being completely subordinate. You as a Pisces might know that you can do better work simply going and working at a soup kitchen. But you could say to your boss, especially if you have a good Saturn, I'll do exactly as is needed in this period to keep me along and to keep me having my job, because I've got this soup kitchen thing I got to do that's more important, bucko. So, deal. And you've got to be able to know that those deeper spiritual humanitarian desires in you have the dignity and validity, as long as you know how to remain valuable to the people at your work. Those are just as important to you, and you can find that balance. This is the time for you to do that. It might not be a soup kitchen thing. It might be you helping people in your family in a way that you've always wanted to. However it's going to go. Now, Neptune has been in your first house of Pisces, and this is the Svadhisthana chakra for all of us. Now it's moving up to Aries, which is the third chakra for everybody. This is the solar plexus chakra. It's the fiery, hot solar plexus. So since this is your second house, this shows a need to accept the earthly and emotional erotic psyche while balancing and seeking Pluto in the 12th, spiritual renunciation. So really, Pluto, while it's in the 12th, is going to be dealing with how you can find ways to do things, to sacrifice things in your career, sacrifice your personal future for the sake of things that are ultimately more meaningful to you in the long run. While Neptune is in Aries, you're also going to be learning to stand up for when you have erotic needs and even financial needs that are balanced with your desire to have the spiritual renunciation of the 12th. So this is the kind of thing going on here, right? What it's all about is Neptune being in the second. This is really kind of a tricky combo. This can bring soul redemption or soul degradation if you're not careful, depending on the strength of Mars and Saturn in the chart. The reason is because the spiritual 12th house with Pluto there can cause loss of excess, and it can solidify the second house. I see. Okay, so this is positively speaking. The 12th, Pluto in the 12th can cause a loss of excesses. You're kind of in a renunciate state. But that's only really if Saturn is stable enough to keep moving in a constructive way. If Saturn is doing nothing, then Pluto, if Saturn is weak, Pluto in the 12th becomes like isolated and kind of excessive in the sense of feeling cramped. And this can, if Pluto is in the sign of Aquarius and Saturn is strong, then you will continue to act and work in ways that still feel isolated, but are ultimately a gift to the universe, a renunciation. In this way, you'll still keep moving, and this will help to keep your second house solidified in a meaningful way. So the erotic psyche is still meaningful to the soul. Now, if this may cause pining for a deliverance that is sublimated by the willful erotic psyche in perverse ways. I'm trying to get my chat going here and it's not doing it. Here we go. So I wonder if you guys can see what I'm saying. Basically, Pluto in the 12th wants to be delivered. It's sacrificing and it's letting go of things and hopefully not taking it too personally. Now, Neptune coming through the willful third chakra is the solar plexus chakra is fighting for its own rights, and it's saying that you as a Pisces still have emotional needs, especially as a Pisces. The second house kind of relates to the second chakra, so that Aries position for Pisces is very important. It's important for you to do in order to serve the world in the best way that you could. You need to have a beautiful, juicy, truly heartfelt, intimate, erotic connection to somebody or some people or friends. You need to feel like you've got your own juicy sort of thing going on in order to do the best 12th house work that you can do while Pluto is in the 12th. You don't need to be a monk. You don't need to be a nun while Pluto is in the 12th. In fact, Neptune in the second house of Aries is going to challenge you to not be a nun. Again, for those who do feel called to be a nun or a renunciate or of the brahmachari sort, you've got to explore that too. But Neptune is going to challenge you there as well. And Neptune can bring great spiritual redemption for those people because there's going to be great temptation to go outside of it. And if you keep to your vows, there will be a juicy soul feeling of joyfully giving it to the divine, if that's where you're at. If you are not a monk, if you're not a renunciate, then you will have an opportunity to give joyfully, deliciously, devotedly to the divine that is inside the people who you make love to and connect with at a friendly or romantic level. This is if it goes well. If these signs are not well placed, then you might feel that the 12th house loss for a lot of Pisces, especially coming out of the Capricorn period, if this is an unevolved Pisces soul, Pluto in Aquarius is going to put more pressure to renounce and to find discernment when it comes to the things that come to you in terms of career and glories and accolades. And if Neptune is by being here in the solar plexus chakra, it's going to be a desire to stand up for yourself and stand up for your dignity while you're doing that. And this will be very important. And many people will find a shortcut to this is by being a playful, romantic, sexually lusted after, slutty in the bad way. These days we don't slut shame here, but, that kind of ill-intentioned person who just seeks sexual reconciliation in a way that is not connected to the higher spiritual, soulful chakras with the divine inside of other people. So I hope that I've made that clear enough. So it's an interesting time for Pisces rising while all of this energy is coming through. Ultimately, it should feel like a relief for you that Pluto has gone past Capricorn, past your 11th house. Now it's in the 12th house. This is going to be okay for you as long as you are humble And you'll find ultimately that there could be humanitarian things and renunciation and inner exploration of the, if you find ways of getting into yoga, this would be a very good time for somebody to get into yoga and even Tantra because of Neptune and Aries in the second house. Many Pisces are going to desire to get into Tantra. And if your Saturn is well placed, it's going to be a genuine, authentic desire for Tantra, for what Tantra is essentially aimed at, which is using the temptations of the body to make the zero of the soul that much more fruitful and ripe. That's what Tantra is all about. It's all about using the delicious aspects of the senses to explore the void of the 12th house of the soul's desire to be shunyata, to be in the void nothingness of absolute pure divine transcendental love. You use the love for the particular to expand on your love for the transcendental through the 12th house. The second house is more erotic psyche of the particular people. The 12th house is that shunyata, that absolute transcendental love experience of giving up the self, the ego, for the sake of transcendental awareness beyond form and nature. So lots of Pisces are going to be dealing with this, everything I just said, a lot. And I recommend that you start to explore yoga first before you get into Tantra. I think that Tantra is really a limb of yoga, in my opinion. I guess this isn't supposed to be a theosophical diatribe, but the point is this whole realm is something that you should be exploring as a Pisces and getting into as Pluto is in your 12th house and Neptune transits Aries in your second house. Ultimately, a big part of all this is going to be stabilizing the renunciate capacity of Pluto in the 12th, but allowing Neptune in Aries to help you to explore ways of keeping your self-esteem and your self-dignity in the second house, in Aries, the solar plexus chakra for all of us, to maintain dignity, maintain a feeling like you're not a piece of shit while you do the 12th house thing. So you're not doing the 12th house thing because the universe seems to be making me feel victimized. You're doing it because the 12th house is a holy house. It would all be lucky to have Pluto in the 12th house like you do, if you understand it from the spiritual perspective. Ultimately, what really conveys luck here is the strength of your Mars and the strength of your Saturn. That's why Saturn and Mars, both being body-centric planets, I do recommend that you get into some kind of yoga where you're exploring pushing your physical body and your mental body to some kind of comfortable limit. Mars being pushing beyond the limits, but Saturn being understanding the limits and not going beyond them. Don't push your body more than you need to. Don't work harder than you need to. And make love in a way that is appropriate and serves your emotions and doesn't become a tease that makes your sexual chakras go out of control. Could be a juicy time for Pisces in this period. Now, I've talked a lot about it just strictly by the signs. Let's dig a little bit into the final part of this lecture. You've had Pluto and Capricorn in the 11th house, and that's your root chakra. Now, it's going to still be in the root chakra as it comes into Aquarius. Now, for all of us, Saturn is the dispositor of Aquarius. The dispositor is the sign that channels all things in a sign, and it's the ruler of the sign. Anciently, Uranus was never considered to be the primary ruler of Aquarius. Saturn has always been the primary ruler. Now in today's time, Uranus is a secondary ruler. So wherever Saturn is in your natal chart is going to convey the arena through which Pluto's 12th house letting go of losses and etc. is going to happen. Now, where Saturn is by transit is going to be a further description of the places and the channel where the Pluto in the 12th renunciation is going to be channeled. Now, for Pisces, there will be especially a time when you're going to go through from 2023 to 2026, you'll likely be experiencing the feeling of a need for this, again, this self, for your emotional sake. You've been dealing with Pluto in your 11th house in Capricorn. You've probably been feeling like, again, you're subordinate to a system. Now, as Pluto comes into Aquarius, there'll be a relief on that. But it's still in your 12th house. And Saturn is going to be a bit vulnerable in your first house while it's with Neptune. Saturn is really crystallizing everything that has happened while Neptune's been in your first house. And this is 2023 to 2026. This will be a time where you will be deeply needing to account for and confront ways in which you have neglected self-dignity, ways in which you've neglected your personal boundaries and needs emotionally and in career and in your life path. You're going to have to reckon with them. This is especially so during this period, and you'll be a little bit vulnerable at this time because you've got Saturn and Neptune in your first house. That's going to be a tricky thing, and it's going to be not that much relieved. Really, this is going to be all about you, your spiritual path, your experiences. You might even let go of relationships that don't serve you, or you will be very demanding to finally break through and tell whoever your partner is, because this is on the 1st and 7th axis. If you've been partnered to someone for a long time, this will be a period where you break down, your knees buckle, and you say, I either need you to account for the lack of dignity that I've been feeling and to treat me like an equal and treat me like a human being, or I need to leave you. And you've probably had things that you've been neglecting to tell your partner while Saturn has been in Aquarius and while Pluto has been in Capricorn. So now Saturn is coming into Pisces with Neptune. There's going to be a need and a desire for you to deal with what has been happening to you in your relationships, and you're going to put it all out there. Then through all this, it's going to carry on to what this means to you with your partnerships through the 2nd house, and as well, not just through your partnerships, but through your personal finances. Saturn is going to be debilitated with Neptune in Aries, and it's going to be channeling the pressure of the 12th house. This is going to be a time where the whole world is going to experience difficulty. It's really not until Saturn enters Taurus, your 3rd house, before the world starts to get back on its feet, the economy starts to realign itself. Saturn actually is very happy in Taurus, and it's in the sign of its friend, Venus. So while Saturn is very sensitive and very vulnerable in Aries with Neptune, you might find a lot of the work that you've been doing while Pluto's been in Capricorn, and Pluto even being still in Aquarius, a lot of the work you've been doing is possibly going to get flushed down the toilet. Depends on the strength of your Saturn and the strength of your Mars to combat and deal with things in a way that you don't ultimately lose all your reputation, or that it doesn't all just disappear for having been useless. This would be like somebody who spent their whole lives, organizing cassette tapes for people. And then all of a sudden Saturn and Neptune come along in Aquarius, and then CDs come out. It's all that work, all that time that you did for friends, for people, helping to organize their cassettes. It all has become meaningless because technology has changed it in a way, right? So take that metaphorically to mean whatever you've been doing in your career and even your spirituality is all going to be put to a certain test while Saturn is coming into Aries from February 2026 to 2028. And this might even mean in your relationships, because you might have been a person who had a certain personality, or your partner might have had a certain personality. It's likely you, though. You've had a certain personality that transformed while Saturn and Neptune moved through Pisces from March 2023 to February 2026. And now you have to reckon with how all the memories that you've built with your friends are going to mean something different. And ultimately, you'll have to let go of a lot of them when Saturn comes through Aries in the second house. Friendships are very important to Pisces. And a lot of this kind of thing is going to melt and disappear into meaninglessness while Pluto is in the 12th and Saturn is visiting with Neptune in Aries in the second house. You're going to have to probably take a real slap on the wrist in terms of financial things that you've been trying to build. This is a time where you'll be emotionally and financially vulnerable, and you should take care to just really continue a humanitarian energy, deal with people in a loving way, and connect with friends that mean something to you. And if you're connecting with lovers at this time, you're going to be emotionally vulnerable, especially with the whole tantric thing we've been talking about as using erotic psyche in the second house as a way to transmute the guilt feelings that Pluto in the 11th and 12th have been pressuring you with. Be careful to be lascivious about your sexual chakra at this time. Try to use it and sublimate it instead into serving loved ones that actually mean something to you, because they will remember it when Saturn finally gets to Taurus in the third house, and you will be able to actually connect with people in a heartfelt, meaningful way. And this will be very important for you because this is also close to your first house. It's all such first and second house things. You can just let your whole financial thing go. Everything you've been building, you can let go because the friends that you have are important to you in this regard. And you might have a change that causes you to change the values on the type of friendships that you keep. But be discerning about friendships you let go of and friendships that you take on. Because once Saturn comes into Taurus, this is when you can finally say, you know, the friend that I've had that is, they just were a piece of shit to me throughout the whole period of 2023 to 2028. They were ultimately just taking advantage of me. But this friend, though, you might have some friends that were meaningful to you, but you had ties to the bad friendships. All of this is going to come to the fore when Saturn gets to Taurus in the third house. And the third house is a pruning energy relating to the bottom of the chart. It is the pruning energy of the bottom foundations of the chart. So when Saturn comes to Taurus, it's going to be a time for you to finally consolidate what friends are going to emotionally serve you in the future for all things considered in terms of career as well as your personal life. And of course, it's the personal life that's more important to Pisces. Now, when the South Node and Uranus and Saturn all meet in Gemini in the fourth house, this is going to be a time where you're going to be thinking about your 10th house. You're going to be thinking about how you can sublimate important things in your career through what's happening in Gemini in a playful way. And there's going to be technology things that are consolidated by the planet. There's going to be a real intelligence of using technology for all things related to Gemini. Communications of immediate things. There's going to be opportunities for you to network with people in order to build on your home life. But just remember that while you're building on your home life, there will be a snappy desire and opportunity to also connect in your career. And you can use the friendships that you make in your home personal life to also find strong opportunities in your career. And that will be an interesting opposition happening there, because Uranus and Saturn are connecting with their opposition to the North Node as much as they are to the conjunction to the South Node. So keep that in mind. This will be a period where you're really consolidating all the friendships that you've been developing through the period of 2023 to 2028. Once 2030 hits, you're going to consolidate them into a true sense of exploring in a real way the cardinal aspect of Saturn moving through the 4th house and Saturn moving through a cardinal house of emotions on the bottom of the chart. You're going to really feel out what all the people mean to you that you've collected or let go of in this period, which is really going to be friendships. Emotional connections are a big theme for Pisces throughout this whole period. Now, finally, Pisces rising in January 2035 is going to be experiencing a very important aspect of what they need to do in terms of their health, in terms of their relationship habits and behaviors. They might even go to see a therapist in order to be objective about how they can apply their dignity in their relationships, because the 6th house is the 12th house from the 7th house. When Saturn is in Leo, for all of us collectively, this is going to be a time when, remember, Saturn is the dispositor of all things that are happening in the 12th house. I should say that, by the way, when Saturn is in Gemini, you're going to find very clever ways of using your finances and technology to help you feel good about the work you're doing through Pluto in the 12th, because Pluto is being channeled by its dispositor Saturn, right? Now, it's the same thing. Pluto, the south node is going to be on Pluto in Aquarius. There's going to be more world changes that happen there, because that always happens whenever the nodes touch Pluto in Capricorn and Aquarius. The world is going to change in a way where we've all been building the well. If you've been watching the intro, you'll note the metaphor and the symbol of we've all been building a humanitarian well for everybody. And those who have been building this well, Pisces has been serving their friends, doing all these things, and really it's been at the bottom of the chart. So you've probably been more looking to help people close to you and probably not necessarily thinking as much about your career through this whole period. Saturn, as it is creeping up to your 7th house, it's creeping up towards the marriage place, business partnerships, and moving up eventually towards your actual career. So this whole time, you've been dealing with the well. You've been dealing with people and close to you emotionally. Once Saturn hits the 6th house, you're going to start to reckon with the fact that you are not just a dish rag of other people's emotions, and you're also not just a dish rag of your own emotions. Your emotions is not what your life is all about, and you're going to have to reckon with this in this time, because Leo is the soul. Aquarius is the root chakra, the world around us. And you are going to find your own personal ways of identifying with how you can do it in a 6th house way, help manage, help organize the company you're with and your family. You're going to sacrifice in a way that actually means something to your soul. Because of course, Pisces naturally has Leo, which is, of course, as I always say, it's the root chakra. Leo is the 6th chakra. It's the pinnacle of spiritual expression. And your pinnacle of spiritual expression in Leo is the 6th house for Pisces rising. So this is going to be a very important period for knowing where you as an individual, what is your kingdom? Where do you stand in how you can manage and unbuckle all the things related to your health? And especially this will be an important period where you deal with your health. In fact, you might, while Pluto's in the 12th, you've probably been doing things for your career and for other people and for the world in this humanitarian way that has been neglecting your own health. Because health for the Pisces is the sun. Your personal health, your emotional health, your mental health are things that you will have likely been neglecting up till 2035. And in 2035, you're either going to be hospitalized or you're going to be smart, like I'm telling you to be, and reckon with it through preventative medicine the whole way through this whole period, up to the point where in 2035 you finally can deal with it fully in a way like you deserve, because you, my Pisces friend, even when Pluto is in the 12th house of Aquarius, are just as deserving of good health, good mental health, and good wellness as everybody else is. And you might even use this as a period where you can lead by example, to get into health things in order that you can become a healer in a sense, because you can't be a healer if you don't heal yourself. You can't do things in the world ultimately if you don't do things for yourself. When the 6th house happens, when the North Node and Saturn are there, this is your time to reckon with what Pluto in the 12th really means to you, which is to give of the soul in a way that is appropriate to the soul. And that's going to be a very satisfying time for Pisces. It's going to be a satisfying moment for all of us, but it will still be difficult because Saturn is going to be in Leo. It's really after Saturn does its whole thing in Leo that Saturn's going to come up to Virgo, where it has a much better time, and then it's going to be exalted in Libra. That is going to be a time of great reconciliation for everybody. So let's look forward to that. As time comes along and we all meet together at the well and serve each other while also amending the important things in our soul, as Pluto comes into Aquarius, as Pluto enacts the archetype of the water bearer for the collective in all of us. Om Namah Shivaya. Om Ganesha Ganapati Namaha. Thank you very much to everybody for watching. Turned out to be a long video, as I expected that it might. I hope everybody enjoyed this. This has been a real energy taker. But, you know, I love doing this kind of stuff, folks. Spread the word. Let people know about this, because this video is only going to be relevant up till, you know, Pluto comes out of Aquarius. But really, this is a video that I think I wanted to be relevant. Really, hopefully, even after 2035, even when it's 2040, Pluto's almost out of Aquarius. We can look back at this video and see what it all meant as Saturn went through its part of the zodiac and as Pluto moves along to its next sign. Om Shanti Shanti, as my friend Susie said. Thank you, everybody, for watching. Thank you, Dance Floor Tragedy. Thank you for sending your positive energy. Now, as I often say when I do a long video like this, the Scorpio in me, I'm going to go have sex with my fridge and eat all of the food. I'm going to just like stuff it in my eye sockets because I'm really hungry. I'm very glad to have done this with everybody. I can see everybody is sending your blessings. Sorry for being brutish there, as I often will. When I get hungry, I get hungry. But I love doing this stuff with you guys. It's a real pleasure. Now, I wanted to get this video out of the way because, you know, it's the Christmas season. Wait, yeah. Happy holidays and, you know, happy winter solstice is really what I should be saying for everybody who is acknowledging that astronomical phenomenon. And so today's Wednesday, which is not our usual crowd, but as everybody, for everyone watching, if you've enjoyed this, I'm going to be doing, I've been doing live streams every Sunday. So if you want to join us on Sundays, it's usually at 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Keep up with us, and we're going to do more of these. But we won't do it next weekend because that's going to be Christmas and I'm going to be chilling with my family, with my loved ones. And the week after that, the Sunday is happening just after New Year's. I'm going to be partying for New Year's. So let's take a 2-week break on the live streams, folks. And then on Sunday, I believe it's January 8th, we are going to be doing our next live stream. I'm so happy for everybody here who's sending their love. Feel free to always join me, folks, and we're going to have more of these going on. Feel free to, like, comment, subscribe, and all that stuff. I've got a PayPal in the description if you want to be a part of that situation. But ultimately, as I always say, I just love doing this and building a community here full of people who are like-minded, who are sharing the light and love of astrology and of Jyotish, which is a better word to say, because Jyotish, Jyoti is the study of the light, but Jyoti is the light itself. All astrological traditions, all people, even if they're not into astrology, are the divine light. It's a real pleasure for me to share in talking about the consciousness of humanity, the consciousness of the divine inside of all of us, through astrology, but also ultimately through yoga consciousness in general, which is really where my heart is at. Thanks again, everybody, for being a part of this live stream. I could chat forever, but now I'm going to go and eat all the food. Thanks for watching. See you guys again soon, and happy holidays, happy winter solstice.